Nearly 250 kilometers away from the city known as Paris, France, here we are today at Mangy, Cours, France for round 2 of the FTR trophi.ai series on Green Flag TV. Welcome everyone, happy Saturday morning, afternoon, or evening, no matter where you are across the globe. Happy you're here with us live to watch this race. 5 classes going around this magnificent racetrack. Welcome in everyone. I am Derek Watson, sitting next to Cade Corbett with Christian Hill, pushing the buttons and making us look and sound good down in the production truck. Well, Cade, here we are, a 4-hour endurance race at this track in France. A wild course, multiple turns. In fact, there is 16 in total. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, it is, and even though 4 hours isn't quite as long as what we had when we raced last time at the Bend, it's still an absolute test of, being able to stay focused for that long amount of time, being able to manage your pit stops, how you're going to do your driver swaps, taking care of all of these little things. It's hard in a race that's 1 or 2 hours. Now we're going to go out and do it for 4. I think it's absolutely a great way to challenge all of these little aspects for all of these teams. And yeah, you talked about doing it at a very technical course, a course that has some very high-speed, long straightaways leading into tight corners, and also some very tight technical sections. It's going to be a fun one to watch, I think, and I'm excited to kick it off here in a few minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be to happen here. So let's go take a look at the schedule. So your first and your last race, the Bend and Barber, are 6-hour races. Except for that, though, here in Season 7, Magny-Cours, Brands Hatch, the track there, the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and then Sebring are all 4-hour races. So a good mix of time here. So after today, get about a month off between almost every race here. So we'll have a great schedule up ahead. And then we'll keep moving here through our broadcast, and we'll take you through the rest of what we have here. So here's your track. It's 4.41 kilometers, or for us Americans, 2.74 miles. 17 corners is what we have on the docket. That's in 16 earlier. I forgot the last one, 17. Built back in 1960, and a very slow pit road speed, Cade, only 37 miles an hour. That's going to feel like crawling, and when you're stuck pitting under green flag conditions.
Yeah, and you're doing it right next to that long home stretch. I mean, you're going to be seeing cars flying by while you're trying to get service done, trying to swap drivers, do whatever it is you need to do. And then you do have a pretty technical pit exit as well. And when you're trying to manage that, manage blending into traffic and doing it on cold tires, it's going to make these pit cycles potentially very treacherous as drivers try to manage how they want to split this race up.
See in the bottom left of your screen, the original track name. I think the first 10 years of existence, it was a different name, a very different layout, by the way. Very simpler layout than what you see nowadays on the circuit. So there is a look at your track overlay, and I'm excited to get this started. Not too far qualifying, wrapping up here. About 2-3 minutes left in qualifying here. And well, let's do this. Let's teach you a little bit about the classes and how they're going to look here, Cade. So we've got 3 categories technically: GT3s, GT4s, and TCRs. You'll see some of the positives of each class, but remember, within the 3s and the 4s, there's both Pro and AM categories. So look at this here. It talks about the engine differences, the power outputs, the weights, the features, and it's fun to see this because every driver, I think, has a preference on what class of car they love to drive.
Yeah, just because the GT3s technically have the most power and they're probably going to be that leading class doesn't necessarily mean that they are the ones that the drivers like the most. Some of these guys like that front wheel drive, that very fuel efficient TCR. Even though you're getting passed by a lot of people, that's its own challenge, right? You want to manage how you're giving up track position. You want to, still manage your race. You still want to go fast and push the car. And you want to do that in a car that you're comfortable in. So the TCR handles very differently than the GT4, handles very differently than GT3. Guys are going to see their preferences, so we'll see a lot of weaving in and out for sure. But I think something to keep our eye on is the difference between the pros and the AM classes, right? It's still the same car, just a little bit of a different classification there in terms of the driver points. So there could be a little bit of overlap in those categories, and that'll be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and those cars will be battling side by side. They're going to start side by side when you talk about the pros and the AMs. So there'll be some great battles. And by the way, keep in mind, typical rules of pit stops here, typically left to right. So typically, your faster cars are going to have to pit more than your slower cars. So if you go your GT3s, your fastest class, they'll likely pit first. Your GT4s in the middle. Your TCRs, we were talking pre-show, those are going to go a while. I expect those to go well over the 1 hour mark. So that's kind of the offset if you're new to multi-class racing, how you kind of get a quote-unquote benefit, if you will, for driving that slower class cars. You pit less, and so you kind of help make up that time in that direction. A beautiful graphic here we got here, debuting today on Green Flag TV, kind of showing off the classes and what they do. And I want to thank Christian Hill for putting that together this morning and making that all work here. But Cade, now here we are, about a minute left in qualifying. So we'll take a look at some the GT3 qualifying is what's going on. This league does, in fact, break qualifying up by classes. So we'll take a look at this red car right here coming through one of the many tight, narrow corners here. This right here is up by the start-finish line. This is turn 16 to 17 for RPM red. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a fortunate way to end that run right there.
So that means they're going to have to reset, and I don't know if they're going to have enough of an opportunity to try again. I think the checker flag was already waving there in the background.
Yeah, that made it a fun run. I was trying to see, they've already qualified on pole, so luckily for them, I think that was just an additional, hey, what can we make the car do kind of moment.
Yeah, it was good to experiment a little bit, try to figure some things out, and you know, obviously not a whole lot of consequences there. It is a simulator. It is not. You don't have to pay for that front end that got absolutely destroyed on the exit of the chicane. So good to always try some stuff out, throw some lap time down, and that may help them out later in the race.
Yeah, but that is a great example, by the way, just how treacherous turn 16 and 17 are. That you saw those, driver try to get up on the curbs there, and of course, abusing curbs, more common in road course racing than maybe some people are used to if you're not a road course veteran. But that just shows you how dangerous it really can be. Well, qualifying has wrapped up here at this track in France, and I think it is just about time to take a look. We'll do it class by class, I believe, and we'll take a look at today's starting grids. They're going to come up here in just a moment here, Cade, and we'll be excited to see. We'll start with the GT3s, and we'll see how they line up here. So there it is, the one car. This is the GT3 Pros, to be specific. RPM Racing Red with Charlie Lund Nielsen up there in the P1. About 0.3 of a second off is Stuart Reynolds with Sim Party Racing Delta. And then you got RPM Racing Black with Patrick Gagnon next to Yashal Yunus in World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing. And then you got Daniel Snortland with Sim Racing Grid Phantom. He's next to the Stage 1 Racing 72 of Jonathan Lee. That's back in for 5th and 6th. P7, Giannis Albert with the MRC and Quad Dash combined team. They'll be next to Mike Young, part of SRN Motorsports for P8. P9, Huge Ass Gold is next to Project Synced Racing Team back there for P9 and P10. P11, Will Coffey with the Empire Racing Vanilla is next to the Pegasus Sim Racing for Hans Polamas right there. That's P11 and 12. That's row 6. And still here in the GT3 Pros, Jackson Lowry with the Flaming Ford Skin Racing is next to Huge Ass Blue with Alexander Bueller. P15, Sim Racing Party Bravo is next to Pegasus Sim Racing. That's back there in row 8. Row 9, this is the last one. Rachel Concali with Prismatic Motorsports Athena back in P17. And Kate, I believe you now have the GT3 AMs up next on the grid.
Yeah, these are still GT3 cars, but a little bit of a different classing here. On pole for that category was Chris Van Goot from Eagle Speed Academy Esports, starting alongside Rod Miller for Sim Party Racing Omega. Back in the second row here to roll off, it was Pegasus Motorsports Bravo with Brian Ritz behind the wheel. He was a few tenths of a second faster than Ron Wolf from the Huge Ass Yellow team. Back in the 5th spot, Stage 1 Racing 83's Evo Linden qualified that car. He'll be starting next to Alex Esser from Empire Racing Cookie Dough. And back in P7 to back up this class, it was Aspen Martin driving for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Long ways to go, but fortunately a long race to make up that track position.
We'll now move into the GT4 Pros. Ken Copeland with the wrong stuff and took the pole here with a 145.763. Andrew Pike with TSRC Esports P2. And notice this Esports GT4 FTR is in P3 with Sim Race Sweden Esports back in P4. Alameda Racing Academies in P5. They'll be next to Sahara GT Motorsports back in P6. Project Synced Racing Team.XLSX, I love those names by the way, is next to Sim Racing Sweden Esports Red. That's P7, P8. P9's Huge Ass White next to Treehouse Racing back in P10 with Justin McCullough behind the wheel. And in P11 is Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak. And that rounds out your GT4 pros.
In the GT4 AM category, on pole for this group, Eagle Speed Academy Esports Lorenges de Velger starts alongside WBM White Julian Carcis. Just behind them, it's Randy Ehart driving for the mostly mediocre Motorsport, just a couple tenths of a second faster than Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium's Levi Leah. Back in the 5th spot, Thomas Crabtree qualifies there for Sim Party Racing, starting next to Owen Bull, the driver for Sim Party Racing Tango. And rounding out towards the back end of the GT4 class, Brett Aiken driving for Simport Racing Echo. He'll start in the 7th spot alongside Justin Hall driving for Huge Ass Black. And back in the 9th spot, Preston Rudka driving for Sunday Drivers. Once again rounding out the field there, but plenty of racing up to come.
Last class here, WSR Esports takes the pole for the TCRs with a 147.939. They've got Sim Racing Grid Phoenix with Logan McKenzie next to them in P2. Going to move back here into the grid. P3 is Fiercely Forward with Morton Agason. He's next to Evan Campbell with Fun Wheel Drive back for P3, P4. And P5, Project Synced Race Team .bat. And they're next to Prismatic Motorsports Solis for P5, P6. And the last TCR on the grid, the last car of our grid as a whole, Project Synced Racing Team.SQL is in P7. That's a look top to bottom at night, or actually today's starting grid. Well, here we are getting lined up here and waiting for race control words here. We're going to take a second and get these teams all lined up. So here's what's going to happen is the green flag is going to fall eventually, Cade. Now, we take green flags class by class. When the GT3s come around, they'll get to go and get released. Then the GT4s get released. Then the TCRs get released. So unlike your official iRacing starts, where everyone just sort of goes no matter where you are on the track, in FTR, everyone goes near the start-finish line. So we're going to stop the cars for a second, and they're going to kind of release the cars little by little, as race control is going to do. That's what they just announced in our ears. But look at this here, 36 degrees Celsius, a pretty warm track overall. 1:05 p.m. virtual sim time. So let's come back to that track temp, Cade. 36 degrees Celsius. That's a pretty hot track. So there'll be no extra grip available for these drivers. That's 97 degrees Fahrenheit. That's going to be a pretty slick racetrack.
Yeah, it is, and what that's going to do is make all of these tight, challenging corners even trickier, right? What that heat essentially does is it makes you have less grip, and whatever problem you're fighting, it makes it worse. If you've got a car that's tending to want to oversteer, it's going to oversteer more. If you've got a car that's a little bit too tight, it starts to understeer. You're not going to be able to get those front tires to grip up, and it's going to understeer more. So makes it super duper challenging. High speed, low speed corners, doesn't matter. The hotter the track gets, the less grip you have, the more heat builds up in the tires. It's going to be good for 1 or 2 laps when you're coming out of the pits, but as soon as you start trying to run some laps, and most of these tires I think are Michelin's, those Michelin tires get heated up, they just lose grip. And you know what lose grip means? It means losing laps.
Means losing laps, means losing control, means possibly losing positions, and a lot more. We're all parked right here. This is turn 15. Race control is giving their final instructions to the drivers. We're kind of waiting for that to finish up here. Happy you're with us here on Green Flag TV. You see the standing is going to start to appear slowly on the left side of your screen. And the drivers being reminded to maintain pace speed and given all the final instructions here of what could happen in this race. Again, a beautiful 17 corner course. Of course, different times has hosted many different racing events. The Formula One French Grand Prix happened here for a number of years. There's been 24-hour motorcycle endurance races here. So different events. So right now at the top of your screen, it's going to show us a green flag, but race control is going to have the cars kind of keep this pace speed and go on around. So technically we're under green. Technically the clock has started, but in this different formation lap here, not exactly green yet. So Cade, As a driver, I'm curious. We have this kind of different process where now they stopped in turn 15. They're still kind of pacing here. Does it make you antsy? Does it hype you up a little bit? What does it do to this driver to kind of have this different process?
I think it really depends. If you know what the process is going to be, you can prepare for it. Whenever I'm driving, admittedly not much, but I like to know the process. I go through my routine. I'll set myself up. I'll really talk to myself. And if I know what the procedure is, it's a lot easier to prepare for it. I think what we're seeing here is there's been some last minute changes to the process. iRacing has messed up some rosters. They're going to throw the red flag here, I think, if they haven't already, to try to facilitate some issues that we're having in the stewards booth. That's the sort of thing that really throws these drivers off, is now you don't know what's happening. You don't have this routine. You get kind of antsy and you start thinking about all these little things. And if you get jump scared by that green flag and you're not ready to go as soon as it flies, you could lose a whole lot of time and you could get yourself in an incident very early in this race.
Yeah, so you're right. Looks like we're going to possibly discuss if that was not the red flag there, maybe a second one. We're kind of getting word from race control in our ears as the time is going on here. Looks like there were some driver disconnections, some confusions, and whatnot here in this service. And that's what you said. This is that part where it's not obvious, right? This wasn't a written out policy. It wasn't a written out rule that, hey, we're going to do this. And so as a driver now, you're kind of wondering, hey, what happened? Why are we here? You're kind of trying to talk to your team if you have a teammate here. And I say that because I know we have at least one driver today. Julian in WBM White is doing this 4-hour race alone. If I'm a driver who's alone in this race and all this is happening, I have no one to lean on, I might be more frazzled in this moment.
Oh, absolutely. And when you're racing, right, you want to be focused on that next turn. You got to be focused on the next apex, the next car. You got to be looking at the road ahead, literally and figuratively. And you just can't do that when there's all this confusion going on. So it does frazzle you. I've always said that racing is very much a mental game. And I think, hopefully we don't see that on display here with a bunch of cars wrecking into turn 1 because everybody's all knocked out of focus. Hopefully we're able to get everybody locked together. But yeah, the procedure here seems to be a little bit up in the air at the very last minute, confusing as a driver, just because that one that you mentioned, just because he's the only driver, does not mean he maybe doesn't have a spotter in his ear, doesn't have a friend or somebody in the session with him, so he may not be totally hung out to dry, but either way, yeah, this is not what these drivers wanted for sure.
Well, remember, this is not our first race of the season, obviously, and see a couple cars stopped up here. Everyone's kind of getting bunched together. And it's not our first race with a different process. Last race, we had some issues with some black flags being handed out under caution at the bend. We spent nearly an hour under caution about a month ago at the bend. So these drivers are getting acclimated pretty quickly to kind of going with the flow and just trying to let things happen and trust race control to work it out here. So right now, getting some words in our ears from race control. Looks like we're trying to get some cars lined up correctly with those driver disconnects, possibly some cars that need to get put back in position, I think is what's happening here. So the question we'll need to get from race control in a second, Kate, and I'll try to work on it here in a moment, is what are we going to do about the clock? Because technically, according to iRacing, this clock is a ticking away in this 4-hour race. And so I'm not sure if they're going to try to extend this race or if this is going to eat into the clock or what they're going to do here.
Well, if you think about it, you're losing. Hopefully, we don't lose more than 2 or 3 more minutes. You're not going to lose 10 minutes at most. You certainly want to run the full time, right? If it's a 4-hour race, you want it to be a 4-hour race. As we're looking at I think this is some of the reshuffling going on here under the red flag condition. But, at the end of the day, it probably won't have that big of an impact, right? If you're only going to lose 10 minutes, you're probably not going to be able to cut out a pit stop. Right now, there's maybe some teams looking at pit strategy thinking, hey, can we cut out a pit stop if we have to run 10 less minutes, right? 5, 6 less laps. Maybe we can do something about that strategy-wise. So, if race control is going to extend it, I would want to know that as soon as I can to do my fuel calcs, to get all this figured out.
I don't think within iRacing there is a way to extend it. I think they're going to be stuck with the clock they have. But you brought up a valid point. I was going to say I don't think you can cut a pit stop out. But remember we talked about those TCRs. They pit every hour and a half or so. I mean, they're not going to cut a pit stop off, but they're definitely possibly decreasing that second pit stop. As the longer we sit here. So it'll be interesting to see how this race goes on. Everyone's stopped here under red flag, and interesting way to start race number 2. Happier we were here on Green Flag TV, and it's a busy day on the channel. Okay, if we can take a look maybe at our upcoming schedule, it's a busy day, a busy week, a busy everything here on the channel. So today in a few hours, the Vortex Online Racing League is going to be live at the Indy Road Course. Tonight, the Sim Racing Association is live at Homestead. So we got three broadcasts today. We're also 3 tomorrow. The Classic IndyCar Series will be at Mid-Ohio. The Blazing Pedals ARCA Leagues at Phoenix. And then for the boys with that car tomorrow, that very unique car, is at the Kentucky Speedway. And then we'll wrap up Monday night with the High Tide Racing League. They're in the middle of their playoff season at Atlanta Motor Speedway is where they are currently. So, Cade, a busy weekend on the channel. So if you want to watch more racing, it's always available to you either live or via the replays on our Green Flag TV YouTube channel. And it just continues all month long. I think in the month of September, we are like 45 broadcasts strong all month long.
And I do want to give a special shout out to that Classic IndyCar Series. I had the pleasure of going and calling one of their races. We did a race at Chicagoland a couple of weeks ago, and that was an absolute blast. So Classic IndyCar Series, one that you're not going to want to miss. All these series really, really well. And of course, with Green Flag TV broadcasts, they are presented pretty well, and something that you're not going to miss. So if you you get tired of real world motorsports and you want to hop and see what we're doing on the sim, absolutely, this is the place to do.
And we got multi-class racing, GT3s, GT4s. You got NASCAR ARCA, NASCAR Next Gen, IndyCar. That for the boys you see us tomorrow night. That's the old Car Tomorrow car that they've decided to race in that car. And those are some good long races, good tight racing. So also multi forms of racing here on the channel if you're looking for something to watch. Glad you're with us here, Derek Watson. Cade Corbin sitting at the red flag, kind of having a good time here. And of course, we're sitting here at Mangy Cours. I would say it's the track in France, but I say that, and I thought to myself, Cade, when you say the track in France, for a lot of people, this probably isn't the first track you think of.
No, I think a lot of people go with
Le Mans place. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they're definitely both good tracks in their own right. You know, they have, of course, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is a huge event, but like you said, Mangy Cours hosted GT Touring Series Championships. It's hosted the F1 Series. It's hosted all kinds of motorcycle racing, and so there is a lot that both tracks are known for. And I think, you know, when you look at the layout, we kind of had a look at that earlier, of this track, it is it's challenging in its own right, and it's going to be very unique.
Yeah, very unique indeed. Of course, it's a very unique 17 corner course. There's been some small changes in this particular layout to try to make the racing, I won't say better, but definitely different. So it's been a 17 track course. You know, when this track was built in the 60s, though, it looked very different, very simple, very different. So back in 1970, 71 is when they made their layout change, and it became a very different course here. So we'll see at some point if we can show that original layout, because it is kind of funny to look how this track has evolved. And many road courses we know nowadays, Cade, have evolved at one point or another to look very different than how we know them now. Watkins Glen, but if you ever want to go on Wikipedia and look at Watkins Glen, that looks very different here. But I think our producer Christian Hill is going to put up an image in a second here, Cade, and you're going to see the original layout of this track, and you're going to kind of giggle to yourself. It looks very simple. For old folks like me, it looks like a very simple pole position racetrack. Remember that old video game? It's going to be very simple. So we'll get that in a second for you. We're going to kind of fill some time here and see what we can do here. Under red flag, not missing anything. If you're new into the broadcast, we're just sitting out waiting for some moments to happen, get some cars lined up correctly, some drivers reconnected as the clock is ticking away. Well, good news for the drivers. I believe the cars are going to start rolling here. They're all sitting back in turn 15 where we stopped earlier. But we're not going to go green yet. They're going to get them rolling. I expect they'll give them a lap. And more than that, because the caution just came out on the track officially. So we're going to be here for a bit. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer start process than we expected, Cade.
Yeah, I mean, and unfortunately we have, burned some time off, but I think in the long run it's going to be worth it, right? You don't just want to throw the green flag and 10 or 15 angry drivers, rightfully angry if you're out of position. You want to make sure you get everything done right. I think being a bigger league and having, all the cars out here. I mean, we probably got close to the 60 car cap that iRacing had per session. So dealing with a lot. I know the stewards are doing their best to try to get this moved on. Being told we got 50 cars in the field today. So that's a substantial amount, and making sure that all of them are in the right position, lined up. I think it's good to take the time, get that taken care of, and hopefully we can let the horses run here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping too, right? We're already about 11 minutes into the clock here, so we'll hopefully get things moving. I'm hoping next time by, but with that caution coming out, I don't know how soon iRacing is going to release everything. We'll have to wait and see when we officially get moving. It's kind of interesting. You brought up that point about not cutting out a pit stop, but maybe for the TCRs, I'm not saying we're there, but
I would think for the GT3s that have to pit more often. I don't know exactly how the preferred method of splitting up a 4-hour race is. When I raced in a GT3 24 hours a day time. We kind of just flew by the seat of our pants and figured it out as we went. I think for 4 hours, you have a lot more planning that you can do because it's a much shorter race. You know how your stints are going to be split up. Some guys may have been considering a 10 or 15 minute splash and dash to end the race. Come in, grab a quick bit of fuel, and then go. And now you can cut that out almost entirely. We have been under yellow or red for over 12 minutes, which is a substantial amount of time, I think. So all of a sudden, yeah, I didn't want it to be the case, but some people with those calculators, the bigger teams that have maybe a dedicated strategy guy, maybe they've got somebody sitting up there crunching the numbers, those teams are going to gain an advantage from this by being able to reorganize their pit stops in a minute.
So, a couple notes here. Since we are under caution, we are going to use a typical iRacing restart policy. What that means here, Kane, is going to be a single file restart as compared to your typical double file to start the race. We're still going to start class by class, I do believe, is what I've heard in my ears. So it'll be a bit different here. If you were hoping to get a double file start, maybe if you were P2 and you kind of wanted to jump the leader, that opportunity has left for the moment. So also a different note, in pre-race briefings they were told they would be allowed to cut the final chicane to kind of help gain some speed in that opening green flag run. That has been canceled. They will now follow the normal track process under this restart. So this is that part you talked about, the unknowns, the I didn't know that was coming, what you didn't plan for is all coming to fruition here about the first 15 minutes of this race.
Hopefully it should, we should stop pacing here pretty soon. I know we've been saying that, but it looks to me like everybody's rolling, everybody's in order, got those tires warmed up. You see the swerving here. I think the swerving is going to be really, really important, honestly. You start one of these races on those cold tires, no tire blankets, familiar with that in iRacing. So you put those tires on, they are ambient temperature, and ambient temperature is not the optimal. So hopefully they've got enough time to warm those up and we can get going here. I do think the single file restart is going to mean less calamity in turn one. Pretty tight first sector here at Mangy Cours, so we should be clean for the first lap, but we'll see when we do get going. Still pacing here. Kind of just somebody said it best in one of the chats here. Eye waiting is what this has turned into.
Yeah, that's true.
And
that's a different format, right? Typically, you have the eye pacing joke, but now we're kind of eye waiting. You're right. I hadn't thought about that yet. That's a good one.
Something interesting I do want to point out here. We talk about the difference between the AM and the Pro categories. They are scored as two different categories, but the cars themselves are the same. The first two cars on the grid for the GT3 class. One of them is a Pro car, that is the RPM Racing Red car, but then the Eagle Speed Academy car is actually an amateur car. It's the AM series car. So those two classes with the same car are going to be going toe-to-toe, I think, right from the get-go of this, and possibly we could see an AM driver challenging for the win. That could be interesting.
Good. In fact, real quick here, the way you're going to know that on your screen, we'll have the standings on the left side of the screen, but your numbers of your cars will help determine the Pro and Am distinctions as well. Remember earlier I told you this track looked a little different back in 1960? Well, let's take a look at what it looked like here. We finally got it up on the screen and ready to go. That's the original track. Looks a little different. Only 5 turns, a little shorter. And this was, I think, the layout for about the first 9 years. So obviously slightly different racing than what it is today, Cade.
Yeah, I think I've seen a track like this before on Mario Kart in the Super Nintendo. So certainly very, very different. It's undergone a lot of remakes, renovations. You know, they've added turns, they've added sectors, and as motorsports as a whole has grown, you go back to opens in 1961, we're looking at, 60, 70 years, right? And it kind of has to go through an evolution. I don't believe it's changed since 2003.
That sounds right.
But yeah.
Kind of reminds you of some of the simpler tracks you see in iRacing when you're rookie classes, right? Maybe, I don't know if I have a direct comparison, but you know how we race in the smaller courses, your Okiyamas, your Olton Parks. They're kind of a smaller, nicer layouts. It kind of looks like something we could see done in the rookie classes of iRacing with this layout. All right,
a good way to put it. Yeah.
Race Control has reminded everybody, ignore the green flag. The leader of your class will control the start when they reach the starting zone. So that makes me feel like finally, about 20 minutes in, we're going to go green this time by. Happy with this? Hope you had a chance to maybe grab a snack, tell a couple friends the race is starting, whatever you need to do, because I think this time by, as we're just about to enter in here for the GT3s in the turns 16 and 17, I think we're about ready to go green. So we'll focus our cameras up on the leaders. We'll wait for that starting moment and we'll see what happens here. But all indications are we are going green flag. Let's bring our cameras up to the front and let's watch the start of the race. So this is your GT3 start. You see, as you said, pretty single file all the way through. No big dive bombs, no scary moments. Here now comes your GT4s. They're coming up to the line. They'll now get their green flag to start the race. And the multi-class racing process has officially begun here at Mangy Cours.
You see here the GT4s getting their green flag. Pros and Ams rolling off into the first set of turns. Similar to the GT3s, going to stay pretty cordial, pretty single file, but they look a little bit closer together here. When they get down to turn 5, somebody may have an opportunity for a move very early in this race. Look at that, about 2nd through 6th altogether. Now taking a look at the TCR class.
Yep, last time by, the TCRs with WSR Esports is going to take the green flag. There's that smaller class of cars. They're going to get a big momentum run. That leader got a big jump down into turn number 1, and quickly away they go. And now all the racing has officially gone green. Now up on your screen, there's your Tower 5 classes of racing. You'll see the flags the drivers are representing, showing the country they wish to represent, whether it's where they live now or maybe where they're from or what have you. So we'll keep those up at different points throughout the day as well. So 5 classes of racing, everything is live. About 20 minutes in, it's time to go here, kid.
Yeah, and already early we're seeing just a little bit of a shuffle for positions. I'm keeping my eye on that 44 car. We see the purple lap there just at the fastest lap of the race. Started behind that Eagle Speed Academy car, so was able to make the pass and try not to let too much distance get away up to the leader for RPM. You see that is this battle right here for both the overall lead and the class lead. One car and the 44 going at it. Purple lap did go to somebody else, but for the moment, it's going to be battles for the lead all around the board. This is a little bit deeper in that GT3 category, I think. Yeah, that's the 60 car there, so still everybody pretty close together. I think you talk about some of these long straights, some of these high-speed corners. It means the toe is going to be pretty important. That draft, being able to stay close to the driver in front of you, going to be hard, I think, to put a gap on somebody, even if you are running faster lap time.
Yeah, it will be difficult. This track not known for having the most passing zones. There's, as you said, a couple. Turn 5 will be one. A lot of times, different racing. Pit road becomes a big passing zone, so we'll keep an eye on that. If or when that does finally pop its head up and we do get to that point, But quickly here, you're seeing the racing happen. Under the Mangy Cours sign, we're going to go, and that World of Racing car is doing his best to hold off any competition he can find here. So that's his World of Racing right here, and then you got Sim Racing Grid Phantom on behind, and then back behind them you'll see some different cars, Sim Racing Party Omega, and then Pegassi's back there as well. So we're going to move up now to the GT4 Pro battle. So look at this. This looks a little different than what we saw from the GT3s. Here's a good side-by-side battle, Cade. Here's some drivers wanting to get a position pretty early.
Yeah, you talk about how hard it is to pass and how hard it is to get away from someone. So, you know, you want to do that early, right? If there's a chance that that's the only safety car we'll see all day, which means this is the only chance you'll have to get bunched up with a lot of people. Look at the curb hopping there. My goodness, that's from the P5 car in the GT4 category. But yeah, they're going to use all that curbing to the left, curbing on the right to swing back to the left. But this is your opportunity to gain position. You get bunched up, you get that green flag, and you go. And you know, we don't see another yellow or red flag before the end of the race. Then, you know, this is your best opportunity. And so GT4 is trying to take advantage of it right now. Looks like we may have had a move for the lead a little bit there. But this is, that's actually the battle for second in the GT4 category. This is going to get really dicey down here. This is turn 5, the tight corner. And losing one spot, going to lose 2 spots. I believe that's Andrew Pike in the purple car. Got stuck on the outside. And yes, he lost 2 spots in that one complex.
He certainly did. I want to point out, by the way, that was Vincent Hilliger we saw in the simracingesports.com or simracingsweden.com esports car party. They got that big curb hop earlier. Was doing some wheelies here at the track. He's got it under control. We're all good. Throughout the day, you'll see some new fastest lap notifications at the top of your screen. And those, of course, will get a little faster now. We're finally under green flag conditions and able to get some laps and some clean air. So that'll pop up throughout the day here. But now we're watching Enosis Esports, this GT4 team, currently riding in P3. Now we'll move back to P6. So here's how it works. Okay, we'll break it down for the audience at home. When it comes to the classes, we have 2 sets of numbers. So the GT4s, your 200s are your pros, your 300s are your AMs. If you look at the GT3s on the side of your screen, your 2-digit numbers are your pros, your 3-digit numbers are your AMs. So if you just look at the car number alone, it'll help you distinguish pros and AMs, and will help you throughout the day as well. There's also those car class colors. See, there's red, green, blue, purple, and yellow. Those will also help you distinguish what car class we're looking at here. But here's a great shot. This Alameda Racing Academy here. Michael Bowden doing a good job, trying to use every bit of that track surface he can, trying to find some speed here. And is now running down P5. That would be that Sim Racing Sweden car we saw getting airborne a moment ago.
Yeah, the leader of this GT4 Pro class is kind of checked out a little bit as there was just a moment of stack up there in turn 5. I think that's going to be something we see all day with how tight, how sharp that corner is, especially after such a long straightaway. But leader of the GT4 category in the wrong stuff. He's got the right stuff for now, as he has pulled out over 3 seconds ahead of that Sahara X GT Motorsports car, but the rest of them still grouped together in this pretty tight pack. I think, like we saw that one moment, if you make one mistake, you could lose several positions. A little bit of dirt kicked up there, but no harm, no foul.
Yeah, pretty good job here. These drivers now riding along here through the track. They're now up into 12 and 13. They just went around to a corner named after Imola. One of the unique things about this racetrack, there's multiple corners here, Cade, named after different race courses. The Imola corner. You'll see a couple more. I think there's a Nürburgring corner up in here somewhere. So you'll see some different corners named after different tracks. I think it's become more and more of a trend. Of course, you see, you know, Indianapolis corner at Le Mans nowadays, the Le Mans chicane. I still hate saying that. At Daytona, it's the bus stop for Pete's sake. But it see more and more commonly, it feels like we're naming corners at different racetracks. Oh boy, you're right. There was this big send by that blue and yellow huge ass racing machine, but I think he backed out of it and realized that was not going to go well.
Something else I do want to mention, the GT3s have started working their way through the TCRs. They have already put a lap on that category. So there is some traffic for the race leaders at the moment. I really think that's going to be the biggest key to today's race. You talk about how much more power the GT3s have compared to those TCR cars. It's going to be a lot to maneuver, a lot to navigate all day long. We see that with all kinds of multi-class racing. A little bit of a different flavor here today if you're used to that IMSA, prototypes GT3s. Well, now the GT3s get to be the top of the food chain. They're having to maneuver their way through traffic right now. Still looking at the GT4 Pro battle, though, as this one has not gone quiet. No major moves, although I think there was a little bit of a battle there in the back for about the 7th spot in this class. Yeah, there it is. That's one of the huge ass cars tucking back in line. I think had to give up a spot on corner exit there.
Yeah, the biggest move so far in the GT4s has been up towards the front. That 297 car, the Sahara GT Motorsports team, they're up 4 spots so far this afternoon. That is your biggest move so far in that GT4 class. But we'll move back to GT3s. This is P4, World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing teaming together here. They're going to try and make some moves and make things happen in that 60 car. See him kind of now dive into the inside of that car through this little bit of a chicane right here. Gets on through pretty easily and makes that pass. Well, so far, so good. So everything's gone calm ever since that restart, or that, I guess, the start, you want to say, that happened now about 10-15 minutes ago. We're getting them moving here, and I want to come back to what you said about traffic. You're exactly correct. These GT3s have already worked their way through TCR traffic, or in the process of it at least. And with this being a shorter racetrack, only what, a minute 35, 36, maybe a minute 40 lap times for the GT3s, it's not going to take long. This isn't a bigger racetrack like the Bend, or like a Nürburgring, or even like a Le Mans, a track we mentioned earlier, where it's going to take a while to catch the lap traffic. You're in that lap traffic pretty quickly here at this track.
Yeah, and that just means there's going to be more opportunities to, definitely you could try to use one of these TCR4 cars as a pig. You could try to put them in a weird spot, but really what it does is it impacts your lap. Have to set up a pass, execute a pass. The TCRs, they don't have to move over, right? They don't have to just pull over to the side of the straightaway, hammer the brake, and then get going again when the leaders have gone past. They are still racing, right? They're still trying to put in lap time as well. So maneuvering these cars, finding the most efficient way to pass, that's going to be something that's really going to impact your overall race speed. And you can see here, that is a TCR car there. You can see it with the blue on the wing mirrors there. Doesn't have to give the inside to that Pegasus car. That's going to hamper the momentum on corner exit. You get a few incidents like that, you have a few seconds here or there, and all of a sudden you find yourself a lot farther back.
Yep, find themselves in the middle of a battle, a very wild and bright paint scheme for that flaming Ford Skin Racing, raced by Jackson Lowry. Hey, it's got flames on it, it's got pink, it's got some yellow. That is a spotter's dream car right there, Kate. If you are hoping to find your car in a pack, that is a good car to find. By the way, this is the Sim Party Racing Bravo machine. Easy for me to say. These guys, by the way, already up in 8 spots. So in a track where you and I discussed maybe not a lot of passing opportunities, they must have found a couple, because they are now sitting up 8 spots overall. And that's not just in their class, that's across all GT3s. So they're sitting up in P14 right now overall.
And I think this was one of the cars that had some issues with either driver disconnect or sort of, we saw a couple of issues qualifying as well. So they may have some pace, right? It's not like they necessarily qualified at the back and then it's going to run there because that's their speed. No, this is a car that probably has a lot of talent behind the wheel. They've got a good strategy coming in. For one reason or another, had to start this race at the back of the field, and now they've begun the slow, long process of clawing their way back front. As you can see, the leader of the GT3 Pro class right now has the fastest lap. That RPM racing car is absolutely hauling, so it's going to be no small task for Party Racing Bravo to catch them, but it could be something to keep an eye on to get into the portions of it.
Yeah, it was something to keep an eye on, how the strategies work out, what different drivers do, as they're all coming here through different corners right now, up through 10 and 11. That was back down into 12 and 13. They'll then come up into turn 14. This is Chateau Dio. It's going to be with a corner in the section we're in. We'll come down here through what's called as the chicane. That'll take us down into turn 15, and we'll wrap up our final couple corners here. And what is a very quick lap here at Mangy Cours. Watching now the throttle inputs and the speeds, watching dip pretty quickly into speeds there, got on the brakes, back on the throttle full speed, and really just kind of lays into it. You're one of a couple straightaways you're going to get here at this course. When you get these straightaways, you got to take advantage of it.
What he's trying to do right now is set up a pass on that GT3 AM. I think those are both GT3 AMs ahead of him. Not technically in his same class in terms of points, but like you've said, they do account for positions on track, and that is a spin, nearly contact. Both those cars able to get through, as now Van Rooten going to look to the inside and try to dispatch that GT3 AM. That is one of the GT3 AM cars. Yeah, Brian Ritz from Belgium. Looks like no damage on that car, but now that's going to be a moment for the stewards to have a look at. I think definitely contact between those two cars.
Wait and see if we can find a replay of maybe what happened, and see if we can look at it again.
Just more smoke
further ahead. Yeah, this is going to get a little busy here towards about the halfway mark, or half-hour mark of this race. Pardon me. And Sim Racing Party Bravo, the car we're now focused on. So we'll see a couple different incidents possible to look at here over time. Remember, Kate, we use this race director software. So the software has a threshold of when it will trigger our cautions if we get any. Let's come back and watch this first wreck here, this first spin. You saw this down the straightaway, and well, that's not contact. iRacing
didn't really know exactly where those two cars were. Unfortunately, thought that Ritz was offset a little bit to the left. Spun that car around. I think the next incident that we saw involved that Team Party Bravo car. Yeah, just as he was able to get around a couple of those.
I think that was contact.
Spins in turn 5. That one definitely, yes. Yeah, those two cars together.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit of assistance there and a very low speed spin, and all is good for Sim Racing Bravo. Those are a couple spots, and they'll start their journey back towards the front. So I was going to say, this race director software has a threshold. When we meet it, the yellow flag will fly. Everything has a different point value. So for example, a car spun on the track, a car spun off the track, car contact, different factors, a wall hit, a wall scrub, are assigned points in the system. And whenever we meet that threshold, the system says, okay, that's enough. And it's going to trigger that yellow flag. So who knows when it will happen? The admins do not release that threshold number, so we can't really predict for it. So it's kind of a random, as a real-life safety car in that manner.
And I think it's definitely good that they don't release that number. Otherwise, you might have some tactics going on, guys trying to intentionally spin and do something. I do want to mention GT3s have now caught the GT4 AM, and so that has closed up the battle for the overall lead just a little bit. Half hour into this race, in less than a second, between RPM Racing Red and Sim Party Racing Delta. So some bad luck for the Sim Party car there in turn 5, but one of the other Sim Party cars closed up the gap to the lead, working through traffic right now, an opportunity right now, looking at a car a little bit farther back, and that is one of the GT4s came out of nowhere. So excuse me, that was a BMW in the TDR class.
Wow.
Something happened.
That was
wow.
Yeah, that was a moment right there. I got a little nervous about if there was going to be contact or not. So this is that other, pros and cons. We showed that graphic pre-race. Hold on, we'll come back to that. Here's a nice 2-wide battle, almost 3-wide. This is Janus Albert with the Quad Dash car. He's currently P6 in class in that GT3 Pro. He now moves to the left, wants to make this pass here. Maybe he's supposed to get out of the way to make sure he can use his own braking markers, and does. And hold on, caution is out. Yellow flag out on the track. We're going to be under caution, I guess technically for the second time this afternoon here at Mangy Cours.
What you talked about, that incident count has been due to contact here. That's one of the GT3 Pros. That is significant contact. I would imagine that's just a minute or so of option repair pits.
At least, yeah. That huge ass blue and yellow car went spinning around. A couple bits of contact with the car behind it. And eventually it is back moving again. So we're under caution now for the second time this evening, or this afternoon. I keep saying this evening. I guess in France it would be this evening by now, I think, if we use real-life time zones. But no, it's this afternoon everywhere else.
Buddy elects hit here. You want to talk about strategy. We're already 30. So in this race, Breeze are looking about to go 40 to 50 on a gas.
Yeah, so you're saying that everyone's going to think about pitting here, and I kind of agree with that to an extent. I'm kind of curious how that's going to work out, right? Because depending upon your car class and how often you need to pit and when you need to pit, do you do it right now? Do you pit right now? Do you or do you just want to extend this first fuel run even longer? So now think, again, I'm going to pick on the TCRs a little bit. They got the first, 19 minutes free, basically, under those very small laps. We ran a couple red flag moments. Now you're going to get a caution period. Now you start to wonder for the TCRs, if they stay out here, how well are they going to do? Or do they pit here and say, hey, let's just reset the cycle, and what happens? So this time by, looks like pit's not open. So I think we're going to come around here one more time here under caution, and we'll see if the pit's open and who wants to come down and get tires, gas, or what have you.
This is a little bit of an opportunity here to pit and not worry about that kind of technical rejoin that we mentioned at the top of the show. When you come in, pit, and then you've got to exit on cold tires in traffic in a very narrow pit exit, you don't have to worry about that. Come in right here. And so if you're going to make this one of your pit stops, the GT3 is maybe going to stop 4 or 5 times over the course of this race. If this is one of those 4 or 5, you're avoiding a potentially treacherous situation later on in the race. That could be something that plays into the strategy here as well, just not putting yourself at unnecessary risk.
The other thing that plays into factor what's in my head right now, if I were a driver or if I were a team manager or a strategist, is how much is my decision to pit right here, Cade, reflective of what the field does, right? Let's just pick, let's say our leader right here, RPM Racing Red. If they pit and then no one else does behind them, they've given up all kinds of position. Yes, they might have newer tires, they might have better fuel, but if the field doesn't follow, what do you gain and lose in that scenario, right? That's got to be the part of endurance racing with safety cars that can make you just literally pull your hair out, is just wondering what if, and what happens in that moment. This is your leading car in the 177, so that's going to be your GT3 AMS. So I'm wondering who's going to pit here. And again, I wonder if I was in the back of the field, how much of what I do is predicated on what the rest of the field does.
You've got to make sure you're paying attention to the right cars though, right? If you're in that GT3 AM category, you can kind of ignore what those top few drivers do. You're not really racing them. Yes, you want to finish well in the overall, but you're really only racing the other GT3 cars that are in your specific class. If you're in a GT4, you're only racing for pros, GT4 AMs. So you want to only be paying attention to leaders of your class. But yeah, you definitely are at a disadvantage. Interestingly enough, if you are farther up in the field, if you're running better like Chris Van Gook right here, he wants to come in, all of those other GT3 AMs can react to that and maybe put him in a really bad spot. So you almost don't want to be too far up in the field right here. A really interesting situation with this safety.
Well, pit road is closed per race control, so no pit stops this time. Let's do this. We're going to step back for a second. We're going to get a commercial break in. We'll come back. You will not miss any green flag racing. The FTR trophi.ai series continues on Green Flag TV right after this.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back here on Green Flag TV. Welcome back to our coverage of the FTR trophi.ai series at Mangy Cours. And just in time, we come back as pit road will open, Kate. So all those questions we had, the who's, the what's, the when, the where, the why. Let's see if anyone takes advantage here. So far, at least your front of your field has opted not to do it. And I think maybe a couple of GT4 cars are going to do it. So there'll be some takers towards the back of the field.
Yes, one of rows pit road, a couple of them. Yeah. A couple of those GT3. For the most part, I think the leaders, yeah, have elected to stay out. But it'll be interesting to see if this has any sort of impact. If you could save a pit stop later, you know, that's a big save. That's several seconds. You're looking at anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute probably. So
yeah, I agree with you. Strategy involved here. You're right. I mean, so from the GT3's P9 overall SRN Motorsports, and the 74 car was your first one to pit, and then you'll see a couple of the GT3 pros. 37 Huge Ass Gold pitted, Huge Ass Blue also pitted. So that and Huge Ass Yellow. So that seems to be a team decision to come down pit road right there. Your GT4s. I believe your leader, wow, that's not the word. Your leader, the wrong stuff, has pitted as well. So we'll get a full recap here once the field comes around. We see where everyone is, but there's definitely some pit stops here, and we'll see how that affects things. Remember, on these restarts as well, I believe we're still going to break it up by class, if I do recall correctly. We'll wait and see how that process works. But for now, lights in the pace car. So, and that's a brand new pace car, by the way, Kay. That is a nice looking pace car. We go back to it. Look, it's got the police style lights on the top, the different paint scheme on it, the blinking headlights. This is a new safety car. I'm a big fan of this one.
I think it's nice too because you can really see when the lights are on and when the lights are off. That's something big for these drivers. We talk about knowing what's going on, knowing what's happening in the race. If you can see that those lights are still on, you know that there is more than one lap to go under yellow. So as to see the lights are still on, we're going to be running around here for at least a couple more laps, and that gives the leaders a peace of mind. They know they have some time to figure it out. A caution lap here takes 3 minutes or so, so you know you've got time to take a breath, time to rethink your strategy, time to plan this restart, because the GT3s are going to get all bunched back up together. We talked about how that battle had closed up in traffic. Now it's going to be, I mean, when they take the green flag, it's only going to be a car length.
Well, heck, let's be selfish for a second. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's cool for the drivers to those lights. Those lights, easy for us to spot as commentators.
Absolutely.
Sometimes we wonder when the lights are on or off on the pace car. So that those blinking blue and red, much easier for us. Here, by the way, this is now the 423 car of Logan McKenzie. This is Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Now the leader in that class with that multi-tiered colored car, a very bright colored car, in fact, there for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. And these cars still in a single file line, still kind of waiting to get some word on when we're going to go green and if they're going to break these groups apart again by class or if it's all going to start all together. We'll wait and see here, but I suspect there's been no word. Lights in the pace car are still on, so I don't think we're going green this time by. We'll get us one more lap in here, and the pace car is taking us down through turns 16 and 17, and I would suspect unless something happens this time by, in a moment I think the lights will go off here and we'll get that one to go signal down the front straight here. They'll head up into turn 1, and we'll see in a moment here if those lights do go off, Cade. So, well, we went yellow right about the 3 hour and 30-minute mark. We're still under yellow here, so now we're looking at about a 15-minute caution period. So you think if you add the two together, more than half this race so far under yellow.
Yeah, and that is going to, I mean, as a driver, there's only so much you can do about that, right? You kind of just got to take it for it as what it is. Again, gives you an opportunity to take a breather, plan your race out. You can save some fuel and cool your tires down whenever you're running around behind the safety car. But I think as a driver, you do want to get going eventually, right? You want to get into a rhythm. You want to run a couple hours consecutively and have it all play out. They're still figuring a few things out. I'm hearing towards the back of the pack in terms of what's being done under the safety car. So we may have a few more minutes to run around under the yellow flag. But it does look like iRacing will be controlling the restart once that does happen. Other than that, just kind of have to see.
Yeah, so right now, just like the drivers, we're sitting here waiting for that moment, the notice to happen where we'll get it back under green. And again, for all these cars that didn't pit, so for your GT3s, that's the top, I believe, 13 cars mixed between pros and AMs that did not pit. So they're just kind of have these big grins in their face right now because they're like, boy, this is fuel saving, right? This is a cool moment for us. So it's back to P14 with that Flamingo Ford Skin racing car before you find your first car that's going to be on new gas, possibly new tires. So we'll keep an eye on that once we do go green here. But you know, you mentioned that topic at the start of the run about saving fuel, cutting pit stops. And again, for a GT3, you're not probably going to save yourself a pit stop, but you're definitely extending this first one.
Something that you talk about when you look at strategy for GT3s especially, but really all road racing, is you want to run with as light a fuel load as you can. The fuel is just going to weigh that car down, make it heavier, and I've seen it happen before where you gain anywhere from a half second, maybe 7/10 a lap to, you know, whatever you were running under a full fuel load, just because that car's much lighter and the balance can be more favorable. So what you want to do is save some gas so that you can push this run longer, spend more time with less gas in the tank. Maybe you have the same number of pit stops, but you're putting less gas in each time because you have made that run go long. So it's a little bit of a toolbox, right? It's things you can work with, things you can play with. We're seeing some cars get waved around the pace car here. These are, I want to say, TCRs and GT4s.
Yep. So the way this works here,
towards the
sorry to cut you off. The way this works here is if you are ahead of your class leader, but when under this pacing line, you're going to get the wave around. So if you lined up ahead of, if you're a GT4, if you were ahead of your GT4 leader, you're going to get a wave around. So that's how we kind of help with the getting people back on the quote-unquote lead lap of their class. And so, well, obviously GT3s, that doesn't really exist. I guess for the AMs it could. but for the pros, you're lined up where you're lined up. So you'll see some wave arounds here. That would indicate to me we're getting closer to the green flag start here, because if we're getting the process now of doing wave arounds, race control has to feel confident that they've gotten this mostly worked out.
Yeah, we are going to take a little bit of time to let those wave around cars catch back up to the tail end of the field. Looks like it was most of the GT4 classes, the pros and the AMs, that were kind of let free. So they've got to catch the tail end of the pack here. Should take them a little bit. Hopefully, either this lap or the next one, we will see the lights go out on the safety car, and then we can get back to racing nearly an hour in now. So almost a quarter of this race complete, and that's going to give these guys a pretty big notebook to work with, I think, moving forward.
Well, does it? I don't know. I have to question that a little bit, because I mean, when you spent more than half this race under yellow, I don't know what your takeaways are. I mean, we've had some good racing for those few minutes and maybe a couple good passing opportunities, but I'm not sure what you could have learned here. You're right, though. Most of the GT4s got waved around because the wrong stuff did pit under this safety car procedure. So they're being scored as the leader in GT4 pros. So a lot of cars were ahead of them in this pit cycle. So here you see now the downside of safety cars in racing and road racing specifically is it takes a while to get things lined up and correct again. So we've been under safety car now for probably, I'm guessing, about 20 minutes, it feels like. Maybe not that long. I was thinking we went yellow right around the 3.5 hour mark. And we're still riding around here. Lights in the pace car still on. Happier with us here at Mangy. Lots of great racing to go. I'll be sitting here with Cade for another hour or so, and then Justin Prince will hop in the booth and help us finish off this broadcast just at the 2 hour mark. So, well, Cade, now I'm going to ask you as a driver, you had that delayed start, you had a good bit of racing in, now we're back under caution, so it's a start, stop kind of process here. Does that mess with you as a driver?
I think just about everything that happens, honestly, will, whether you're green or whether we're under yellow flag conditions, there's going to be something that pops into your mind. And I mentioned it earlier, but you have to stay focused on what's immediately ahead of you, right? When is your next pit stop? Which car is ahead of you? Which corner is ahead of you? You can't have all these things going on, and so there's definitely different levels of distractions. Right here, I'd be getting a little frustrated. I'd be getting a little tired. You know, if I'm that one car and I'm looking at the word safety car for 20 minutes, I mean, it's just going to start to get blurry. It's going to start to not make any sense anymore. It's, you know, and so you start to lose your focus a little bit. And what you've got to do, some people like cautions because it lets them lock back in, it lets them take a breath and get settled back into their rhythm. But it knocks you out of that kind of routine that you get into going around a track, especially one that's kind of short like this. So it comes with its own challenges for sure. I think you can see a little bit, maybe getting a little bit antsy there. He wants to fire it off into the corner. You know, he wants to be going full speed, and he just can't. Maybe running the pit limiter or what have you. Right now, not able to go full speed. So it's definitely it can be a challenge in many sorts of ways. The GT4s have caught the field for the most part. And the lights are off on the safety car. Drivers now warming their tires, so hopefully next time by we will be taking the green.
There we go. Let's get excited. Let's get hyped up. Now just one more pace lap around here. We'll get ready to go into these long pace laps. We talked about how the green flag laps are short here, but the pace laps are not. It's about a 2-minute difference in time from pacing to green flag. So we're pacing around about 3.5 minutes per lap here. We're going green about 1.5 minutes in the process. But we're going to get green flagged here just about the top of the hour. Happy here along for the ride on Green Flag TV. I hope you're having fun watching, interacting in the YouTube chat if that's what you want to do, and enjoying your Saturday afternoon. Here we are. We're lined up. RPM Racing Red will still be up in the lead. Sim Party Racing Delta and RPM Racing Black will be your top three for the GT3s. Those are all GT3 pros, by the way. Your GT3 AMs will be started P7 by Eagle Speed Academy. They'll have Sim Racing Party Omega and then Empire Racing Cookie Dough behind them. I like cookie dough. I like food. It's easy.
I do. I think I don't really want to be partial up here in the booth. You know, I don't want to have a bias, but I could
But
not complain if the cookie dough car comes out on top of this one. I think GT3M category sitting third right now. Yeah, I've got no
would
problem
you
cheering
say
for it.
would you say you'd be happy
There
if
it
the
is.
cookie dough car rises to the top?
I would. I think the dough rises.
There you go. And your GT4 in your Pro is the wrong stuff with Enosis Esports GT4, and then SimRacingSweden.com Esports, your top three there. And then WBM White, Eagle Speed Academy Esports, and then mostly mediocre Esport, your top three in your GT4 AMs. And your TCRs, Sim Racing Grid, DMHR Esports, and Fiercely Forward Gray will be your top three. Well, this is going to be one big jumbled start. We're not going to break it apart by class. For the most part, I'd say it's GT3s and GT4s, but those TCRs are right smack dab in the middle of this line.
That is going to make things very, very interesting here. As we get going, if you're behind one of those TCR cars, you're going to have to make a quick decision on when you want to make your move to get around them, because you can't just sit behind those cars. They're significantly slower if you're in the GT3 or GT4 class, so you got to make quick work. Of course, you got to do it cleanly, you got to do it efficiently, but you're going to have to make your move quick, or you are going to give up a ton of lap time. You can't just follow the TCR cars around here. You got to get around them.
Now, your braking points will be so different, right, that you'll have a hard time with the corners, and you'll give up spots, and it'll become very difficult, and it'll really honestly create a road cluster, a road track blockage if you don't try and get around them. But that is one of the challenges of this event. Sim Racing Parties Deltas, Stuart Reynolds is excited to get going. He's up in P2 in that number 44 machine, and as with everyone else, he wants to get back racing. Here we go through the final chicanes. Green flag will kick off. We're back racing at Mangy Cours. Up through turns 1 and 2, everything looks good so far. Down into turn number 3, we get up down this long straightaway here. There's one of our bigger straights here. Takes you up towards turn 4. So let's see it right about here. That'll be up to the Gulf corner. Then down into turn 5. Kate, this is what you talked about being one of the bigger passing opportunities on the racetrack. Or sideways.
Yeah, something happened on that restart to the Empire Racing Vanilla car. That is another car that's gone off track. The WBM White, that is one of the GT4 Pro cars, excuse me, one of the GT4 Amateur cars, able to keep it going straight for the moment. But we saw quite 2 or 3 spins on that restart. I think that's just cold tires and trying to get focused back up as a driver. But yeah, really, really treacherous early in the going. With now 3 hours remaining at Mangy Cours. Look at the dive to the inside in the GT4 class.
Yep, got the pass made. And by the way, that car right there you see on your screen, that red and white car, the WBM Whites from Julian. He got in the YouTube chat pre-race and told us he's doing this whole 4-hour event alone, Cade. So he may have a strategist or a spotter with him, but as far as driving, he has opted to drive all 4 hours by himself.
And that is going to be absolutely brutal. I did like 2.5 or 3 hour stints to finish up a 6-hour race once, and I tell you that was really rough. Doing an extra hour on top of that, especially with all of the pacing that we've done so far, he is going to be begging that clock to tick down as fast as it can. But props to him for trying it. You know, it might just having the same guy in the car the entire time, adding that continuity, it might give him just a little bit of an advantage. Really, only time will tell.
Yeah, might do that. We'll wait and see. Eyes Van Sant here for Pegasus Sim Racing here, part of the GT3 Pro category. That number 90 car, currently sitting P8. He is trying to see how he can get up on. He's now racing with the Stage 1 Racing car, that number 72. See if he can catch up to. That's a nice looking Pegasus car, the red and black with the big white lettering on it. And these guys are having a good time around here. Now we're officially at the 1 hour mark in about 30 seconds here. Here's a pass. That's Stage 1 Racing's number 83. And they have made a pass here on that multicolored blue, white, and purple car here. That is the 183. Sorry, they got passed right there by the car ahead. Sorry, my car number's backwards. So there is Stage 1 Racing getting passed here. And then they're going to stick here and try and stay in line. And the question I have right now for you, Kate, we watched some green flag racing. We watched some, at times, do I say a lack of passing? But it's in my head, is it really a lack of passing because it's hard to pass here? Or are some people really just content to sit in line, use that draft, and conserve some fuel?
I think it's a little bit of a combination of both. I think something else too to consider is that, if they qualify in the order that they, have this race pace, right, then there's only going to be so much passing that can happen anyway. If the best guy starts in first, the second best guy starts in second, right, so on and so forth, there's only going to be so many opportunities. But I think you do want to push. Of course, it's in the back of your mind that, yes, there are 3 hours to go in the race. You're not going to make any crazy moves. You're not going to make any, dive bombs from 5 car lengths back. But at the same time, yeah, if the opportunities don't present themselves, if you're not faster than the guy in front, you're just not going to be able to get it done. And I think that's what we're seeing right here with the Stage 1 racing car. It's just, pass happened, okay, put your head down and go make some lap time. There's no reason to panic. There's no reason to get desperate. Right here in turn 5, just have a clean corner. A little bit of a wiggle there out of the car. That's going to let the car behind close up, but that is one of the pro cars, I believe. Yes, that is Mike Young for SRN. So even if he does make a mistake and give up that spot on track, it's not going to hurt him in this class, and he's content to just ride there.
Yep, seems content to ride indeed. Coming on through here, and now up through the next set of corners, we'll come around watching here with Stage 1 Racing. And he continues to try to get closer and closer and closer to that car up ahead. And you're right, seems to be having a hard time finding that spot. Some racetracks really provide multiple corners where you can kind of build up speed and dig in and maybe find your way inside a corner, outside a corner, what have you. But at this track, rhythm might be the word to use. Rhythm just feels difficult to find here at Mangy Cours.
I think it depends. I mean, you can definitely, at any track, even the Nürburgring that has so many different corners, you can get into a rhythm. Knowing exactly what braking marks you're looking for, knowing exactly how much you need to brake, how much you need to lift off the brake, do trail braking, things like that. You can find these rhythms, especially for specific corners. When you look at the lap as a whole, and it may seem difficult to look at the entire thing and say, yeah, this is just one routine that I'm going to go through. But as a driver, you can find that rhythm. Now, it will get interrupted when we have that safety car, right? These guys are trying to get back in that groove of things, both literally and figuratively. But I think if they can find it, start putting some lap time together, getting aggressive. I mean, Evo Linden has not gone away. He's still right on the bumper of Brian Ritz, and he's actually looking for a move right here. He's going to send it to the inside of turn 5 and complete the pass clear on corner exit for Stage 1 Racing.
Great job there by that car, by Stage 1 Racing. They got into turn 5, as you said. Now they'll come up through 6 and 7. That up through turn 8, which is a left-hander. And they'll get ready for the turn 9 here and be ready to go around this big corner. And this is one of our big wider corners on the racetrack here. And they're going to come out still ahead. But now we'll go back here to Sim Racing Sweden with their esports. That's Dan Peoples in the car. This is part of our next class down. The 252 car means he is, in fact, a GT4 Pro. You see a nice battle happening here. In fact, you see Sweden cars up ahead of us. That was a prismatic car that went flying in and I think up off the track. Just maybe missed their braking point. And wow, that was a scary moment.
Yeah, trying to figure out exactly what happened there. Somebody had sent it into the corner and was able to, I think, realize that they weren't going to make the corner, find a hole in the line of cars, and shoot through it to avoid taking out anybody else. It certainly didn't look like it initially, but honestly, heads-up driving by whoever that was to keep it as a single-car incident. That is a TCR who just had no brakes, but able to not make contact and keep going straight.
Wow, that's a moment, and whoa! I mean, that is honestly luck. Not so much that you missed the brakes, but luck that you found a hole in there to get through. Made it happen. Off screen, by the way, while that was going on, Brian Ritz, we've been watching with Pegasus Motorsport Bravo. He had a big slide. He was off track, rocked up his wheel, threw up some smoke, but he is back moving again. So you'll notice that car's moved down the board a couple spots here. But Pegasus with Fitzpatrick here in the car, in that TCR. That's the moment you just got to kind of catch your breath and kind of get yourself to go, okay, that happened. I'm sorry. I'm good. And kind of talk yourself down a little bit, because that's got to get your heart rate moving.
It absolutely does, but when you look up at the clock and you see 2:55 remaining, you're looking where you're sitting in the class. Right now, he is 5th in class. With one more safety car happens, something like that, he could close it right back up. This is taking a look at one of the GT3s. This is for Pegasi Motorsports. Bravo just gets off into the kitty litter a little bit, able to get back on track. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, that's the spin I set up that happened while we were watching the Pegasus replay. So there you go. And there's Brian on through now, back to live racing. He's got a bit of a challenge from behind. Speaking of challenges, here's the quad dash car with Giannis Albert in the car, that black and pink style paint scheme. Trying to run up with the car ahead of this is the GT3 Pros. That's number 49 back in P6. So he's having a good run here. He's trying to run down Sim Racing Grid Phantom just ahead.
This is a battle that's been going on for quite some time, and these two have been together for at least since we last dropped the green flag at the end of that safety car period. So you start to get a little bit fed up with the guy ahead of you. I mean, you're looking at the same back bumper for so long. Yeah, you want to settle in. Yeah, you want to get a rhythm. But if he feels like he's faster in certain sections of the track, it can get frustrating. And that's something that you, as a driver, got to make sure that you don't do, is start forcing the issue because you want to get around him. There was a little bit of a bobble there out of Albert as he came out of that corner. I think got the power down a little bit too quickly, had to save the car a little bit, and lost a couple of car lengths down the straight. You gotta minimize mistakes like that. You can't be doing things like that with this much racing still to go. Careful around the curbs there. Able to keep it straight, but no time gained on the car in front.
I always think the curbs are the most interesting part of road racing, because it seems almost non-intuitive, right? When you're first starting to learn how to road race, or if you're watching it, maybe you have a family or a friend doing this race, and it doesn't seem intuitive that you're up on the curbs, right? We get out in our daily driver cars, you go down the road, you're not really supposed to be up on the curbs, right? The police and common traffic laws don't really look commonly well on that. But in road racing, we abuse those curbs a lot. And I think, different curbs, of course, act differently. You have sausage curbs and maybe don't behave as nice with that move, but it always amazes me how willing drivers are to just run over those curbs and see what happens.
It can be a good way to kind of get that car to rotate. You're looking at a move right here. Playing some defense was the 99. He's going to get side by side into 5.
This is back for P14. These are cars that are racing hard but respectful when the pass happens. Empire Racing Vanilla has now taken P13 away from their competitors.
What it is with these GT3s that seem to be named after foods. I mean, look at this mess as some of the lead cars in the GT3 Pro category working through TCRs and working through each other as well. But these food cars are making me hungry. We got a vanilla, we got a cookie dough, we got some more food names. Not sure what's up with that. It's fun though, I like it.
Yeah, when you have teams, you have to find a way to distinguish your cars. And some teams, like Huge Ass, will do it via the colors, blue and yellow. Some teams will do it by numbers. The file names, that's a good one out here. You see the .bat, the .xlxs, the SQL. For us nerds in the crowd, that means something to all of us. So there's different ways of doing it. We discussed, in the team I run with, we discussed different funny ways to do it, right? Like we've discussed doing it, via Lion King characters at one point. How you like your steak cooked was something we discussed. So you just try to find fun ways to bring a little bit of humor to sim racing and how you distinguish your teams when you're doing this type of events.
Something that I do want to mention, the number 27 in the GT3 Pro category, driven by Mark Reynolds, that's for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. They have elected to come in and make a pit stop, so they're the first one to pit under green. We'll see how that shakes out for them. Looks like it was tires, fuel, not a driver swap yet for that car. They haven't quite found that time yet, but the first GT3 has made it onto pit road under green. He did not pit under that previous safety car, so this is their first stop of the day.
Well, we're about that time. Because you figure out, you want the safety cars, we're now over the one hour mark. So we're just about 70 minutes into this race officially. Now, lots of safety cars, lots of moments have happened to maybe extend those timers out. But can't be too far from your first set to pit stops. There's another car, so I'll dip down pit road there, just at the top of your screen. So those pit stops are definitely happening. I think that was the MRC Quad Dash car I just saw dip down pit road. That might have been Sim Racing Party Omega, both down there quickly. And I did not get a good glimpse of the paint, just kind of saw a blur go on by. So for the GT3s, pit stops are happening. They'll begin to happen here as time goes on. For the GT4s, TCRs will wait a little longer, Cade. Those guys have a bit bigger fuel tanks. Or not fuel tanks, but just how long they can run that fuel before it's out.
Yeah, the fuel burn is significantly less as we see 3 wide here. The GT3s and TCRs, that is an exact moment that you talk about where you cannot afford to give up time in traffic. For Yashal Yunus, just got hung up way on the outside and had to focus on saving the car instead of making the pass. And it just put him in a rough spot. Good pass there by the Huge Ass Gold team to take the 9th spot in the GT3 Pro category. You were correct, by the way, about those 2 teams that decided to bring it down onto pit road. Their first stop of the day as well. Oh, and that is a spinner, one of the Huge Ass cars sideways right in the middle of the track.
Wow, I didn't get a number on that. It happened to go by pretty quickly through our camera, but you're right, that was one of the Huge Ass cars. That was Huge Ass Black, and there it is. That's Justin Hall currently in the car. Let's see what happened to him. This is a GT4 AM car. And we'll see how this came to be. Watch him up through the corners here. Needs to get loose on his own. Yep, just got loose on his own. And does anyone hit him? Wide, wide, wide inside. We're all good. He's gonna back it up. That almost wasn't good. Eesh.
A very unsafe rejoin for Justin Hall. I think putting it in reverse was a smart decision there, but maybe needed to wait a couple more seconds to let everybody by. Unfortunately, that does drop him towards the rear of the GT4 AM category. Actually is in the rear. There's another car sideways on the front straightaway. That looked like it was the Huge Ass Yellow team. Yes, Ron Wolf.
Boy, this has not been a good 10 minutes or so for these guys, has it?
Yeah, Mr. Jass not going to be happy about that, what has happened to his cars recently here. He's flashing here, gets on the curb and dips the right side tires in the grass. Oh, that is heavy, heavy impact on the front end. That car might be, I don't want to say done for the day, but
I'll say that might be done. It's got up on the curbs and they got on the gas a little too soon. Maybe touch the grass a little bit. Maybe it would have to see a different view, but if that car's not done, it's going to have some heavy repairs that it needs to get done. And here's a challenge of a 6-week or a 6-race season, by the way, Cade, is that there's not much time as far as number of races to have a mistake here. You have to really, make everything happen the best you can. Here's Ron still on track. This is back to live racing. So that car is moving along better than I thought it would. You can see some damage to the front, obviously not as pretty looking as it once was, but good news for Huge Ass Yellow, that car still moves forward.
Yeah, and because he hasn't thrown it down pit road yet, it's possible that iRacing is not giving him that meatball flag, that kind of required pit stop. So they're going to make as much lap time as they can, probably try to make it to their normal pit window. This is a GT3 AM car, which means they do have kind of that more fuel burn, be sooner on pit road. They were in under the safety car though, so they should be able to go for at least another 20 minutes, and I'd be willing to bet that to get back on schedule, they're going to try to continue doing that. And Derek, the Empire Racing Cookie Dough car has thrown it down pit road along with a few others. Stage 1 Racing 72 team is into their box. There they are now coming out of pit road, service completed, and Alex Esser takes over driving roles for the 117 car.
Yeah, not really a surprise. Here we are now well past the hour marks, even with the safety car and that delayed start procedure. We're getting to that point now where everyone's going to start to run out of fuel. So you got to get down pit road, get that car serviced, and find a way. There was a momentary 3 wide right there that involved the Sim Party Racing Bravo team with Nicholas Kingswell behind the wheel. But you see it's just multi-class racing, how fast he pulled away and is having a good run here. So I want to come back to that huge-ass yellow machine for a second, talk about it. Now, lots of questions come into play. You know, I had to talk with Evan Pasoko last night. We were talking about math and sim racing, right? And how you always ask your teacher, when am I ever going to use this math stuff? Well, sim racing has been used all kinds of math all day long, right? So now what you got to do for huge-ass yellow, part of me, is you got to start to think, how many seconds per lap are we losing with this damage? What time could we gain by pitting? You know, how far off a cycle would we be? You start to do all these spreadsheets, all these numbers, these calculations. Also, the simple question, maybe not math-related, Kate, how does the car feel? That maybe is the most important question in endurance racing.
And I've had it happen before. I'm sometimes more of an oval racer than I am a road racer, but I've had it happen before where you can damage the car in the right way and actually affect the balance to get it more to your liking. Now, I doubt that's exactly happened in this case, and certainly down the straightaways he's going to be at an aerodynamical advantage. As contact there as they tried to get around the TCR machine. But I think right here what you're probably going to wind up doing, honestly, is you're only going to crunch so many numbers. I think you short pit at the beginning of your window if you're not losing too much time. See how many seconds of optionals it is. Again, I would imagine they have a minute or two that they could spend sitting on pit road. That to me is where the number crunching really comes in. 60 seconds on pit road is quite a long time. So do you want to take all of that? Do you maybe want to repair the car halfway and see if you can get your lap times within a tenth of what they used to be? To me, that's really where the number crunching comes in, because obviously they still have pace. Ron Wolf doing a pretty good job in this car, up to P4 in class. So it may more be about minimizing time on pit road and just pitting a little bit sooner than maybe originally planned, just to kind of feel that out.
Well, let's watch the hands here for a second. I think watching the hands and how this car behaves, watch those driver's hands, that's going to tell us a lot about how this car behaves overall. Are the hands shaky? Are they stable? Is the car stable? And what have you. So I suspect here, we've already seen technically 2 cautions in the first hour. Most drivers want this to stay green, but I bet you Ron Wolf in huge-ass yellow would love for a caution to come out. In fact, let's do this. Right here, we're on board with Alexander Klink. That's huge-ass gold. Let's stick there for a second. We're going to bring in his teammate into the interview booth here. We're going to interview Giovanni here from the 37 huge-ass car. And, well, Giovanni, the past 15 minutes has not been kind to huge-ass as a whole, but how is your car doing specifically?
Well, just before you pulled me in, we picked up some rear damage, so I'm a little worried about that. Although now that I'm watching, it looks like the car is driving okay, so I think we'll be fine there.
What's been the mood in the room in the past 10 minutes, though, given what happened to Ron, what happened to all the others?
It's been stressful. There's a crazy amount of traffic out there, and we got GT4 drivers contending with the new tire model, or new car model in general, and huge speed differential between the classes. There's really no breathing room whatsoever, and I think everyone's feeling it a little bit. But I think all the cars are at least still on the lead lap and going, so there's still room to improve, I guess.
So, I'll say from the broadcast cameras, it looks like the damage on Ron's car is pretty substantial. Has he said anything? Is the car handling okay? Is he worried about it? Is it just waiting out for the next safety car to happen? Do you know what the plan is there?
They haven't talked about it, so I'll just pull up the car right now.
Fair enough. And then for yourself,
I have so many cars to keep track of. It's 5 cars, so it's and I'm the pseudo manager, although really I also drive, so it's kind of a joint responsibility for everyone to kind of keep track of things. And so that's pretty bad damage. That's definitely going to slow them down. So their hope is for a yellow, so they can get in there and fix that. We actually had some damage on the 37 from the first yellow that we were able to get fixed, and so hopefully they get that opportunity. And
So when are you hopping in the car?
Should be the next pit stop, most likely. Because usually we try, usually try to split the race roughly in half, so about 2 hours each. So whenever Clank comes in next, probably within 20 minutes or so, probably I'll get in. I think is the plan.
So obviously you weren't in the car for the start of the race today, but we saw the red flag, yellow flag procedure to start the race, and then very quickly a yellow comes out in the first half hour. As a driver, as a team manager, any role in the team, what does that do to you? Does it make it hard to kind of get in the headspace of racing? Does it change how you approach this race? What does that do to you?
It definitely changes the approach, because every time there's a yellow, it tosses up the strategy. So you have to stay, kind of have to think on your feet. I usually like to, personally, every like 15 minutes or so, I like to do a personal check and think, okay, what do we do if a caution comes out now? Just to get it ahead of time. So then when you get the yellow, you don't panic, you just go, okay, well, I think we should do this because this is what the strategy is, and you just follow. And you've already kind of got it mapped out. In terms of the driving side, yeah, it can be a bit tough. The stop-start nature is, I think, a unique skill that you have to develop. You have to be able to, you know, you're going to have a 15-20-minute break under yellow, and you got to be able to turn it on again with likely cold tires and a ton amount of traffic. And it's not something you typically get outside of leagues like this, so it's something you only really learn with experience. At least from our team's case, a lot of us have been doing this for quite a while, these kinds of leagues, so I feel like we're pretty good at it. And I think we tend to thrive in these kind of more chaotic races, although today I think we've been a part of the chaos too much, so hopefully that stops. But yeah, it's very interesting. I love the caution system and stuff. I love the strategy it presents. It's very interesting.
So my last question, I'm just curious from the nerd side of me, as someone who loves spreadsheets, how many spreadsheets do you have going today?
Well, actually, there's only the one just for handling the teams and stuff. How
many tabs are on that spreadsheet?
Relevant to this league, like 2. Actually, I'm pretty analog with how I handle things in terms of strategy. It's more, personally, I don't need much for spreadsheets. I know how long the car can go on fuel. I know how long it takes to fill up the car and put tires on and when a driver changes, and I just call based off that. I don't really need to know, like, offhand of a lot of information, or I don't really need a spreadsheet. That's just how I do it. But also, like, now if I were managing the strategy for all 5 cars, yeah, there'd be spreadsheets, I imagine. But I mostly just stick with the car I'm driving in, and everyone kind of just handles the car that they're in.
Fair enough. Well, listen, Giovanni, it's been a pleasure talking. Good luck when you hop in the car, and we'll see you down there soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
You're welcome. Thank you. That is Giovanni Romano. He's a driver for the 37 who you're watching on board with Huge Ass Gold. He says he's a pseudo team manager. He's now watching his team compete with another car. And I can tell you as a team owner myself, Cade, team on team battles, this is nail biting. It's nervous. You kind of don't look because you're nervous what may happen next.
Yeah, and I think what happened there was Alexander Bueller, who was in the Huge Ass blue car, decided to kind of move over a little bit. They both ran a little bit wide through turn 5, and I think they knew that Alexander Plank was going to come out ahead of that one. So we're in the middle of a pit cycle right now. That actually wound up being the battle for second. Both of these cars came in under the safety car. The leaders who had stayed out, we talked about the 1 car, the 44 car. Those machines decided to pit now as they had run out of fuel. So we're in the middle of a little bit of a cycle here. Strategy, seeing how things are going to play out before the moment. If a caution comes out right now, these huge-ass cars are absolutely in a great position.
Yeah, now's where I think that need for, if you are really a team manager for all the cars, that spreadsheet need comes out, because now you can figure out where are we in the cycle, right? These huge-ass cars pitted on lap 17, as did SRN Motorsports, who's now up in the lead. Eagle Speed Academy is now falling down the grid. They pitted on lap 36. So now you start to have to do that math of if-then statements, right? If this stays green, who ends up where? Where are we hoping the caution comes out? If we're hoping for a caution, and all that math comes into play. This has been the battle up front for GT3 Pros. Move back a little bit into Nicholas Kingswell, a Sim Party Racing Bravo. And then Giannis Albert up as well in the MRC Quad Dash car. This is one of the first cars to pit when that cycle began, Cade. And so now they're fighting their way back in P8.
Yeah, they are working with a little bit more, less fuel load, and a little bit older tires, but seeming to make it work as they pass Jackson Lowry driving for Fleming Ford Skin Racing there in that bright pink car that is something that my eye doctor is going to hear about, because my goodness. But in other news, we've had a couple of incidents on track. The Empire Racing Cookie Dough car was penalized a few times for avoidable contact. That was more at the rear of the field. And we've seen the Pegasi Motorsport Bravo car be pulled from the race, I believe due to an incident as well. Both of those happening within the GT3 AM category. So just a couple of updates on things that have happened farther back in the paddock.
Yeah, the stewards' decisions are busy, handing out 10, 20-second penalties at times. Lots of stuff still under investigation, so there's maybe some more penalties coming, but you're right. Empire Racing Cookie Dough, 2 separate penalties, 20 seconds and 10 seconds for those. And then, in fact, the Empire Racing Cookie Dough, I'm now being told, by the way, to come back to that story, that's also a solo ride today. So that driver is doing it alone as well, because the stewards had to actually communicate with communicate to Empire Racing Vanilla, say, hey, can you please tell your solo driver he has a penalty he needs to serve.
So they're getting that taken care of. That is Alex Esser, by the way, the man doing it by himself behind the wheel of the 117. Taking a look now at Michael Dowen. Huge hit on the curb in that GT4 car. The suspensions on those GT4s have got to be perfect. Otherwise, they
yeah. I was about to say, did we move over to like the Ford Focus and the Beetle and the Rallycross cars, or did we change cars mid-race? Wow. This, by the way, given the blue nature of the color on the board there, means this is a GT3 Pro car for Michael Dowden. He lives in the Alameda car here. So having a good run here. And things are kind of calmed down for the moment here now. We're, I don't know if I want to say that. Knock on wood, we're into a green flag run here. We're having a good run here. Oh, Alameda dug it in deep there. Wow, okay, look at that. You talked about bright paint schemes for your eye doctor to talk about. Look at Randy Arrett there in the mostly mediocre car, the 321. That is, that's a paint scheme.
I'm trying to
livery.
look at it. Yeah, it is. I'm trying to look at it, but my corneas aren't really agreeing with me. I'm also looking at this race, I think, in about 144p. I'm not sure what's up with that. I can't really tell. But something I'm noticing here is the headlights are coming on for these cars. I don't know if that's because of cloud cover or because of darkness. I think the in-sim time is still the middle of the afternoon. So just getting overcast and those daylight running lights coming on for these cars, I don't think that's going to really change anything. Just something to note. If that cloud cover rolls in, it could cool the track down. We mentioned about 100 degrees Fahrenheit earlier in the race. I'm going to see right now, it looks like track temp has cooled down just a little bit to 94. That's 34 Celsius. As Randy Ehart throws it into the pits, I thought for a moment he was going off track.
Me too,
instead,
actually.
It's just time for service.
Yep, that's a very abrupt pit road entrance, and when you're not ready for it, it can catch you off guard a little bit. So you see there, quickly he's going to get the tires changed on this car and get things moving on around, and more quickly approaching it, about the 90-minute mark of this race here. A race that at one point felt like it was going to be just kind of marred with safety cars and procedures and slow starts. It's really gotten off to a pretty solid run here. We come back down to Alameda Racing Academy, and he is trying really hard to race up here with Sim Racing Sweden and see what he can make happen.
This is a pretty tight battle. They're going to have to navigate there with another car. I want to say that's a GT3 that had just come out of the pits. So we'll see if that car slowly sneaks away from this battle. Dowden still hunting down. Vincent Hilliger is the driver for the SimRaceSweden.com esports red machine, just in front of this Merc here. So trying to set up a pass, definitely a multi-lap process of trying to find an opportunity, especially at a track like Mangy Cours, like we've talked about, not too many opportunities per lap to try to get it done.
Yeah, that's going to be the battle in the story. And wait and see when driver swaps happen, right? You're going to step out of the booth probably just before or just as that's happening. But when those driver swaps happen, let's wonder what happens when we get there. That may change this race. Oh, a big dive. Look at that. Michael Dowden's dug to the inside of Sim Race Freedom. And then they both go to the pits. I'm not sure if maybe he just missed his braking point and got nervous, but a bit of a hard race there for Pit Road. Well, as that's happening, let's head back up to the GT3 battle. Easy for me to say. Nicholas Kingswell, part of Sim Racing Party Bravo. Here's what we're going to do. Kate and I are going to sit back. We're going to crank up the microphones on the cars. You're going to hear the engines. You're going to get the sights and sounds of Mangy Cours. And here on Green Flag TV, you're going to feel the noise. Welcome back here on Green Flag TV. Hope you had fun feeling the noise around Mangy Cours. Saw lots of great racing action. It's not stopped. Here's a battle right now that sees that huge ass car, the blue and yellow, up front being run down, and a pass being attempted here by the RPM car here. So Cade, this is, I believe, a pass right now that's happening live on the track, and it has an impact on this race.
Yeah, this is for position, but it's for position in a very interesting way. That a huge-ass blue car pit under the safety car and has not come in since then. Meanwhile, the RPM machine still being driven by Charlie Nielsen. That car came in under green and has actually run these other GT3s back down. So a lot of pace out of RPM Racing Red right now is that he's going to use the GT4 as a pick, force the huge-ass car to be stuck there. Alexander Bueller was the one who just had nowhere to go behind that slower BMW, and through goes Charlie Lou Nielsen. So he's up to the 3rd spot right now in the GT3 Pro category and looking for more.
Oh, come up quick on that car, though. Thought for a second he could have rear-ended but not stop in time. And that move of using the pick is sort of fitting, because I thought the huge-ass car tried to do it a couple corners before, maybe not as well. And then the pass happens. That is a pass for position on the track. And come around to the last couple of corners, pardon me here. You'll see that right now RPM has taken that spot away. So now here with about 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, RPM Racing moves up a spot.
He's going to move up one more spot, as well as the other one of the other cars that was up there has come into the pits. SRN Motorsports and Project Synced Racing Team, both of them deciding to pit here after 28 laps on that tank of gas. So that's going to move that 37 car, where we rode on board with Alexander Klenk for quite a while, puts him in the lead both of the class and of the overall, and moves the RPM Racing Team up to 2nd.
And at least temporarily, that's got to change the mood in that room. Remember, we talked to Giovanni a little bit ago, and he talked about how the mood in the room had been kind of, shaken by all the incidents. Well, if you have a car up in the lead, I bet the mood brightens a little bit.
Oh, it absolutely does. Anytime you can go up and lead laps and put your name out there, it's even if it's a little bit of a temporary thing, on strategy. I don't know how this is going to shake out in the long run, if they have to make an additional pit stop compared to the #1 car. So, it'll just be something that's interesting to see how it shakes out. But for the moment, absolutely positive. They've got a 4-second lead. They're leading the overall race. I tell you what, though, the RPM Racing Red machine has been just on a roll today. Very much the clear favorite. He's got the fastest lap, of course, and lap in and lap out. He's been significantly faster than the rest of the GT3 cars. So it'll be interesting to see if he can run him down.
Well, as we approach the top of the hour, we're going to make our commentators swap. We're going to swap out Cade for our newest member of the team, Justin Prince, as far as FTR is concerned. And so, JP, welcome in. It's been a very exciting race so far. Some different safety car procedures taking effect. But JP, we're in for another couple hours of multi-class racing here at Mangy Cours. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing how the strategies really play out for the rest of the afternoon, to see where things go, especially since, one, we're in the midst of a pit stop window, as you can see on the screen, but two, for many of these teams, it's been, from what I've seen, keep an eye on things in the corner of my eye, a challenge in trying to keep things clean, avoid any attrition, and go from there.
Yeah, I think that's all about the points. Of course, we're right in the middle of another green flag pit stop series here since we had that caution period kind of break things apart. So you've seen some teams come down. SRN's down there. Huge Ass Blue is now down in. Prismatic is down in. So we'll see how that works out. So Cade, you've had a couple hours in the booth. What has surprised you so far, and what do you think is exactly what you thought it was going to be, if anything?
I was honestly expecting a long green flag run. I know we had some issues to start out the race, and I know there were some complicated situations involving the yellows when they raced at the bend. But we've been green for close to an hour now, and it's given the field a lot of time to get spread out. It's given a lot of time for the cream to rise to the top. A couple of good battles have emerged. I mean, right here we're looking at some GT3s going at it. But I expected it to run green at one point. I expected it to spread out, and You know, I didn't think we were going to get a safety car every 30 minutes, which is good because that would have been pretty difficult to fill the airtime for. But something that surprised me, I think, is the chaos, and we mentioned it when we talked to Giovanni here for that huge-ass team. It just felt like because there's so little passing zones, and because some of this parts of the track are so narrow, it's really easy to get yourself put in a bad position. Something that Justin just mentioned about avoiding the incidents. I mean, we have seen a lot of cars spin or go off track or have something happen, right? Damage to a couple of those huge-ass cars. And so it just makes it all the more difficult to keep your cool and run your race when you're constantly around cars. You know, if you're a GT4, you've got GT3s coming up behind you, you're catching these TCR cars, and to me, it's been a little bit more chaotic than I expected. It has been anything but orderly trying to work through this traffic.
So JP, as we begin to work here in the next couple hours of this track, of course, turn 5, I think, not really a surprise, has been the passing zone so far today, at least one of a couple. Maybe pit road's been the other one. Do you think as this race goes on, is there anywhere else the teams can push to find time or make passes here, or is it really just kind of limited to mostly turn 5?
I think the passing opportunities based on just the ebbs and flows of the racetrack might be almost forced to that. You might be able to get something along the front straightaway maybe if someone is allowing you a chance to build some slipstream before you get over to turn 1. But my argument is Adelaide is still your best opportunity because it's the longest straightaway around the racetrack in general to be able to build up a run and then dive to the inside for a tight hairpin. Every other part of the racetrack, at least from what I've seen on the surface here so far, Derek, has been kind of where it's ebbs and flows and is very technical. Yeah, you'll have some opportunities like we're seeing right here with some of the drivers being able to dart their way to the inside, but this is different classes, for example, that have the ability to speed. So turn 5 is still my prime opportunity. But for the most part, I think it's going to be a challenge in most other parts of the racetrack, to the very least. SRN Motorsports, by the way, getting the chrome horn on everybody right now that we've fallen on with.
Yeah, they really have. And this is the team, of course, that was leading before this pit cycle. They're trying to move their way back through their P9 in that GT3 Pro class right now. So they're I think, eager to get back to the front. But, you know, I'll throw this to both of you, and I'll start with Cade. The challenge you have with your SRN right now, you're on new tires, you have new gas, you know, maybe as much as, 15, 16 laps difference here, which is a lot in road course racing. But if you're not patient with the equipment you have, Cade, it's not going to do any good.
Yeah, and that's something that I've mentioned before in some other broadcasts is the thing that really causes crashes, the thing that causes incidents is speed differential, right? Two cars that are going the exact same speed are never going to make contact. When you're going significantly faster than somebody else or you're catching somebody at a rapid rate, it can actually put you in a much more dangerous situation, right? Yes, you want to go as fast as you can, but you don't want to be going so fast that it feels like you're dodging bullets with the way that you're catching the GT4 and the TCR cars. So they have to manage it right. You can't get overzealous. You want to take as much advantage as you can of your good situation, your new tires, and how you're feeling the car out. But if you push too hard, you do some damage, you get off track, it's very easy to erase all of that progress. Gain it 1/10 at a time, but you lose it full seconds at a time. So that's something you got to keep in your mind as the driver.
So JP, I know you and I have both done endurance racing separately and been inside different cars, and that idea of patience is super hard in endurance racing. You just want to push, push, push. But if you're an SRN right now, what would you tell them if you say, how to be patient or what to do with that car with those new tires?
You have to make sure that lasts to the end, first of all. Don't risk yourself with overexerting contact. You have to be able to keep it clean as well. One of the major things when getting the chance to call this year some action real life that comes up to mind is preserving the tires to make sure you don't cook them for the long run. It's so critical, and some of the top teams obviously on iRacing won't have as bad of that fall-off effect as a run goes on, but for others it might be where pushing that extra couple laps for one spot can toes yourself a run. Oh, big contact. This 275 just crushed their entire front nose in.
That's on the back of the Alameda car. I mean, I don't think that was on purpose. I don't think think we've seen anything, guys, that would indicate any kind of, sending a message, if you will, of just saying, hey, I'm not happy. I think that was just maybe a difference in braking points. But yeah, he did some major damage there, JP, to the front end of that red car.
Yeah, the tough thing is that's not easy damage to fix in that situation. It's going to take a little bit of time to get repairs done. That is massively caved in, going to impact the airflow as well to the front of the race car. So for Ali Torres, it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, right now for that GT4 Pro to be able to maintain now that that front end is concaved in, so to speak.
So, okay, JP talked about the physical damage of the car. Talk to me a little bit about the driver. So now, if you're the driver of this car, if you are Ali Torres, possibly you're a little worked up, right? You're like, hey, like, why did he brake early on me? Or what happened there? What was different? And you kind of can let that fester in your head, and really bad things can happen.
Yeah, something that always gets into my head as a driver is seeing that little indicator pop up, right? In iRacing, you make contact like that, that little 0x indicator is going to pop up at the top of your screen. Really kind of drives home the message that you just made some contact and messed your race car up. Something to think about too, and this is probably what Torres is analyzing right now, is if the balance of that car has changed, right? I don't know exactly how aero sensitive that Mercedes-Benz is, but if it gets a little bit less front downforce, that is going to make the car push more. It's going to make it understeer, which means he's going to have to drive it differently. He gets close again, and there's even more contact. And this may be a little bit of frustration building up. He's been looking at the rear bumper of the 299 for quite some time. But he's going to be feeling it out. You've got to buckle down. If he has some sort of engineer spot or somebody in his ear, tell him, take a deep breath. You get down eventually. You just got to be a little bit patient at a track like Mangy.
Well, as we approach the top of the hour, we're going to officially make the commentator swap. Kate, it's been a pleasure sitting in the booth with you for a couple hours. I'm going to let you go ahead and enjoy your day. Maybe sit back as a spectator and see what happens at the rest of Mangy Cours. And then we'll hopefully see you soon in one of our future broadcasts.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. It's been a lot of fun. Definitely a little bit of unique style of multi-class racing, but it's put on some really good stuff so far. I'm seeing right now this is the battle for the overall lead. So Justin, Derek, I'll let you guys handle this one. And yeah, I can't wait to see who winds up on the top of the podium.
I think we're excited as well. So Derek Watson, Justin Prince here live on Green Flag TV in this 4-hour endurance race, watching the battle for the overall lead. And JP, this is getting as close as been in the past couple hours.
Yeah, last 5 laps, Sim Party Racing has been quicker by half a second a lap compared to a race later when keeping an eye on the deltas. So the 44 has been pushing hard. It's just traffic that's really coming into play a little bit though to keep that lead separated right now. You see that right now, bad time to reach some of the traffic, going to really separate things out once again for RPM to rebuild up the buffer. But I will say, it's been raw speed from Stuart Reynolds to be able to close up and get himself into position to at least pounce for the race lead here in the midst of some of the heavy traffic. The question is going to be, can he do it now that they have some clean space for a little bit?
And that was very unique to me, by the way, to see that moment happen there with the traffic, because I feel like typically, JP, when we catch traffic either on an oval or a road course, it's the leader who commonly gets the most affected. And typically once the leader gets by, the traffic kind of gets out of the way and lets everyone else, you've kind of given up that battle. You've kind of, already lost the war, so to speak. But in that case, your leader got on through just fine, did RPM racing red, and then that traffic got in the way of P2 and put this gap back in play.
Yeah, exactly. And you see that right now with more traffic management coming into play. Each one of these cars, with how difficult it is to pass here, going to cost an extra couple car lengths, give or take, every time you have to leapfrog them in a bad spot here. So it's about picking your spots and having the luck of the draw almost when it comes to where you reach some of that traffic to make sure you stay in a net positive time position in the midst of this. Still 1 second separation at the moment, but Stuart Reynolds looking very solid right now compared to Charlie Nilsson, who's having some problems getting through some of the traffic with the timing of things.
Well, note, just because it's been a topic all day long, these two cars not separate on the pit cycle, only 1 lap apart. So we're seeing some cars maybe who pit into that yellow and didn't pit into that yellow. These two cars basically identical. So this really is just about speed, patience, skill, whatever word you want to use right now, because Sim Racing Party Racing is trying to get up here and close the gap. Last time by though, your leader RPM Racing Red JP about a quarter second faster.
Yep, and you see now frustration building up though. It looks like a little bit though for the leader, because they just reached a heavy sea of traffic at the wrong time. Oh, one car off the track. Absolute darting for Sim Party Racing Delta. Having to go to the outside to avoid any more contact there. Lucky they didn't get turned there by that car on the outside of the curbing.
Yeah, really that angle, looked at that camera shot, I thought for sure we were headed right for contact and everyone avoided it somehow, and we'll keep moving forward and keep racing here. But now up ahead, well, let's watch the replay first of what happened here. You see some blinking headlight from your leader, and let's see where the car gets off. He just gets up there. Why? I think he tried to get out of the way, JP, is what happened, and maybe ended up being more in the way in the process.
Yeah, that was a bad time to let him on go the 340 machine. That is it. Would you believe that's a Sim Party Racing car that just did that? So that is a teammate that actually cost them some time there by accident.
And it's interesting when we talk about road racing, and I think one of the differences in road racing is the logical thing says, hey, I'm slow, let me let you by, right? Let me get out of the way and just kind of let you go. But oftentimes when we're teaching road racing to drivers, JP, what we teach people is don't let people by, let them pass you. Because oftentimes when you try to get out of the way, all you end up doing is being more in the way of those drivers.
The phrase you're looking for too is be predictable.
Yes.
You don't want to end up making a choice where it's like 3 car lengths ahead. I'm going to cut hard left now. Go high.
Yep.
That's where you can get lost in translation, and also you still risk losing time, especially since that was off a corner exit initially in the first place. So there's so much in terms of that balancing act on when you reach this traffic and making sure you stay predictable. Look at the huge ass car, for example. Keeping the lane simple, giving the space to the faster car. Yes, it still compromised the exit, but it's also predictable where you don't have them accidentally door you and come across the racing line. It allows you the opportunity to zip on by.
Yeah, you're right. Be predictable. As soon as you said it, that clicked in my head. I've said that probably 1,000 times to different drivers. Be predictable, and things will go okay for you. So, good wording on that. This is one of those huge ass cars right here on your screen. The iconic blue and yellow. And this team has been around in different iterations, JP, as long as I've been involved in sim racing. So about the past, 9 or 10 years, and I believe they've been around longer than that. So here's Alexander Bueller, part of huge ass blue. And there's a few different cars here in this race. There's a car trying to get by. That is, I think, our leader wanting by here. And he does dig it into the corner, and some alternating flashing of headlights.
Alexander Bueller not making things easy, mind you, for your overall race leader. But huge ass opportunities to race in real life as well. We've seen that team pop up in some of the real world smaller series. Having some fun times once again here, always very fast as a unit, no matter the type of car. We'll say this is where the importance of being aware is going to be critical for the race leader here. This traffic is extremely heavy for our next couple straightaways. And with the size of this racetrack, not a lot of space to go, not a lot of runoff area to go in the first place. You can see them blinking the lights trying to say, we need to go now if we want to hold on here.
Yeah, you're right. And we talked about it earlier with Cade, this is not exactly a big racetrack. Only, a minute 40 lap times for your GT3s. So this is not one of our bigger tracks we're going to go to on the 6 race schedule. Remember, we did the Bend a month ago. That was a much bigger surface. So you're right. Here, once lap traffic begins, if you can see the track map I see on the right side of my screen, it's just colors everywhere. It's a mix of like M&Ms, because all the classes are mixed together, and there really is no private space on this track as of this point. So here's your leader. There's a look at a track map that is elbows on a black dot. So you'll see there, JP, that there's no private space on this track. And according to that track map, when it pops back up, no matter where you are, you're near someone.
Well, no, by the way, one of the cars that was starting to gain in that choo-choo train a little bit, MRC, Quad Dash just entered pit road. So we are starting to approach a window here for these drivers in GT3 in the Pro class to have to start cycling on in here. So it's going to be how will things play out by the time they get to the stops here. Nelson has been getting the elbows out this entire time. We've kept an eye on things, just not afraid to make contact in the checkup areas so far, if it helps him be able to just keep the racing line, even if it risks getting the contact here so far here in this one. You can see him just that speed at the corners, now getting held up a fair bit because traffic this time not making it easy getting the crowbar out to peel on by.
Yeah, it's one of the prismatic cars that he's trying to get on by there. By the way, up note on the left side of your screen, the wrong stuff, your GT4 Pro Leader, pardon me, just pitted. They are now back out. They had enough of a lead, JP. There's those colors, by the way, that they pitted from the GT4 Pro lead and are going to come out in the lead. Now that lead's dipped a lot. He's now down about 2 seconds on the track for the GT4s. So we can head over there at some point and watch the wrong stuff race. There we go. That's fiercely forward. That's TCRs. But lots of battles happen here. But when you can pit under green and hold your lead, that says you're having a pretty good day.
That tells you you're putting up a dominating day if you end up putting yourself in that position. Fiercely Forward's drivers always pretty solid, have contended for championships in several different series that I've called in. They have a very steady driver lineup as a whole for their respective core. But I will say, to answer your question in terms of how the strategy is playing out now for some of these drivers, it's going to be the matter of where things really shape up for them, keeping it clean on the racetrack for the domination. We'll say Hugh Blue, he is still in the RG barginess up in the front here, trying to get around Prismatic and trying to battle for position themselves.
Yeah, they went around this really, really bad. You can just kind of feel the, I don't think impatience is the right word, but you can just feel the anxiety, the pressure, the desire, the want to get around this car up ahead, and he's going to dig in. It just feels like that Prismatic car, not on purpose, JP, just a factor of different classes and different cars and different everything is just in the way. But this huge ass car, I just wonder how long he's going to be this nice about it.
Yeah, right now, this 3-car battle, mind you, by the way, the wrong stuff has the right stuff going in GT4. Some of the classes, such as GT3, starting their pit windows right now, but Michael Brooks doing a very solid job right now, keeping your 1 second buffer over Sim Race Sweden. Dan Pepples is still keeping himself with a decent shot, though, to contend that Mercedes AMG. Keeping clean and keeping focused, that's the major thing right now for them. Seeming like their lap times comparison-wise, though, have been seeing the 252 close by a second a lap the past 5.
Well, let's see what happens when these tires come up to speed. Remember, the wrong stuff just pitted a lap or 2 ago. Remember, as of this week, JP, the GT4s, the major overhaul, the major upgrade, the new tire model, kind of I don't say a brand new GT4, that might be overstating it and over-exaggerating, but lots of updates this week to the GT4. So for these drivers specifically in this race, I think they have the most to learn over the 4 hours, because this car massively changed with the iRacing Season 4 updates, and I'm curious to see how they can make it work to their advantage.
Yeah, just taking a glance over towards those updates right now. iRacing ever-changing when it comes to the changes as of late. To be able to see that development rise in general on the platform, to see how things just continue to adapt. It's a critical thing. You can see some of the RG barginess right now with the 37 machine on screen. Having to get some of the elbows out to get around some of the cars here. Romano able to get alongside here for the top 5, has the straight line speed, but the tough thing's going to be compromised position for the corners. That's not going to work from the outside unless you're able to clear by Apex.
Yeah, not so much. You're right there. We talked to Giovanni earlier. You can tell he sounded excited to get in the car. Said he thought he'd make the change right about the 2-hour mark and hop in, so he has. So you can see he's a fresh driver. And this is that next question mark for me of the race, JP, as we do driver swaps for the teams that are going to do them. We know a couple drivers today are doing it alone. But for the teams that are going to do driver swaps, now there's a big question mark, right? About how long does it take you to get up to speed in the car? How comfortable are you in the car? Did you practice in these conditions? And all those things that really matter that could take it maybe a top 5 car and make it a top 8 car, or vice versa, just because of driver swaps.
Yeah, it's quite a difference of Gold Star versus Silver Star standard as well. You would have to think, or Gold, Silver, Bronze in terms of how you would sort yourself driver to driver. And some drivers get up to speed quicker than others, and it also changes how you build the setup if you have one person in the car, where it's the preferences of yourself, rather than if you have the driver swap, it's the preferences of multiple drivers on how they are comfortable with together as a collective unit to make sure they're fast on this racetrack. There's so much that comes to mind in terms of getting those adjustments right, and that's why in real life, when seeing some of the action this season, when working with SRO, that's why practice is so critical, to make sure both drivers are in sync and have their program set and are in sync, ready to go. Huge ass, able to go to the inside, able to get that preferred line with the cut they've been trying to plan for.
Yeah, they're trying to make it happen right here. They're now going to have an optimal turn in their favor, turning their direction. A right-hand turn right there. The 37 is going to make the pass and get clear. So what took a couple laps to make happen has finally come to fruition for Giovanni. That big wide turn right there. So you look at a big overhead view of this 17-turn facility, and you see just how big it is. And I think it's something we don't talk a lot enough about, JP, with this track. Not just the turns, but the elevation. Look at it just from the different camera angles. How much up and down you're going here. How many corners will be difficult to see. How many apexes will be hard to find. Heck, how many blind turns there could be with the up and down nature of this track.
Yeah, that's one of the major things is it's a small track, but it makes a heavy punch in terms of the layout around the racetrack. Don't have the exact number in front of me, but this track has a lot of ups and downs where you're going to have to go over the crest, and it's going to impact how you approach your corners when you're on the apexes as well. Keep in mind, it's so much of a balance in that. By the way, your race leaders have come down to pit, so the window is through. There was the change with Sim Party Delta up in front as the 60 comes out.
Yeah, that's World of Racing right there. So they're going to come off of pit road and come and rejoin the track here. They have the same paint scheme as your leaders, but that's World of Racing, I believe. This is RPM Racing here. But yeah, I mean, pit stops, JP, this is, as a numbers nerd for me, there they go. Yeah, a lap early. You're more of a prediction guy, less of a spoiler, you know. But I was going to say that I think that's part of this race that really intrigues me now as a numbers guy, and as I said, a spreadsheet nerd. With these cycles continuing, and there's no real pattern as far as what cars are doing. Everyone's kind of on a different number, a different cycle. How long can you go? I honestly don't know, right? Sometimes as commentators, we can sort of map out what's going to happen in a race, right? Who's going to pit when, how long is going to be left at the end, blah, 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 blah. But here we sit currently about an hour and 55 minutes to go, and I don't know how these cycles are going to work out. I don't know, and I'm excited for that, by the way, to see how this works out.
Yeah, it puts them in a good spot if you break it down hour by hour as to what pit stop to go in theory. If you're the GT3 leaders to make it to the end, it's going to be in a very solid spot as long as there's no caution flags. There is also the major thing, double checking on the weather radar. Not expected to rain, it's expected to just stay cloudy. So that's the other factor that could mix things up. So it's just drive and keep yourself in a spot where you keep this race clean. That's a critical thing. The undercut also going to be important to see if RPM gets himself in a great traffic pocket to make sure there is no slow ups to gain on the 44.
Yeah, that'll be important to find as well. Keep an eye as well on the penalty log and make sure no stewards' decisions are going to affect anything. So we'll keep an eye on that as the day goes on as well here. So watching a battle in the GT3 Pros right now. This is for 11th, 12th, and 13th. And this is Bueller up here in the huge-ass car. The Sim Racing Grid Phantom cars, but up and down the grid today. And you get that car behind them with Alessandro navigating in. And, you know, JP, we saw there the flash of the headlights. The art of the flash of the headlights has changed over the years. At one point, it simply just kind of meant, hey, I'm behind you and I kind of need to get by you. But over the years, the headlight flash has kind of become a universal language that I don't think everyone quite knows what it means anymore. I think it just kind of changes depending upon the moment.
Kinda. And it's going to be interesting how those choices come into play. We do have a replay, by the way. This is where that lead change came into play, and part of the reason, lap traffic really slowed up one of the TCRs, opened the door before RPM could slam it shut. That's why there was a swap just before the pit stop window, and now the pit stop window has a 3-second advantage for Calvin Shepard, who's now behind the wheel of the 44, to work with. You see him, he's on the other side of that traffic blob right now.
Well, it's that old, you know, live by the sword, die by the sword kind of analogy. Well, for a team that was using lap traffic as sort of a moving chicane or a roving pick, depending upon your sports analogy you want to go with, now here they find themselves at the wrong side of that lap traffic being in the way. And now this team up here, Sim Racing Party, Delta, has taken the lead here, and they're doing a pretty great job. So this has become a big gap here, by the way, JP. I mean, it's now a pretty massive gap, in fact.
Yeah, and the question is, can they maintain it? Because here's the thing, it's already gone down 1 second since the pit stops already. There's no guarantee that the time's going to stand up, especially still in our pit stop to go in this race. So right now, it's just a matter of focusing up, heading your marks, keep it on the racetrack, go from there. There's not much else you could really say other than go vamos and go fast around this racetrack. You can see, though, RPM Racing Red, 2 seconds gained this lap.
Yeah, they're pushing hard. They really are. They're pushing hard here. They have, of course, I mean, the tires are almost identical. You said that earlier as far as the pit stops, and now they're just going to push hard. They want that lead back. They want to dictate this race. They want to control this race, and they're trying to make that happen. And now, I mean, for the first time in a while, JP, that's probably the cleanest track they've had ahead of them as far as traffic is concerned. Running down P1 seems pretty simple compared to all the lap traffic they've been dealing with.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, it's been traffic given, traffic taken away for this GT3 Pro lead, it seems. See more than traffic separating things out as the 44 continues to get some luck here and there. But right now, Nilsson is pushing like mad. Oh, there's some opportunity right there. Bad traffic placement with one of the GT4s. No chance to get the overlap quite yet, not a passing section.
No, you're right, not a passing section. They'll need to wait until they find one. You and I discussed all day, really three factors. The ebbs and flows, can you find a spot? That's not it right there. You can't really pass on the outside in that corner. The second spot is turn 5. That's been the pass spot all day. Can you set yourself up and be ready? Or do you have to wait and maybe get the undercut on pit road and make the pass? That's the 3 ways you're gonna make a pass here unless something bad happens.
Exactly right here, and mind you, Sim Party Racing amongst those that has a unit that's worked there for a long while, has their own respective community that races with each other. As a result of its organization, has its own website, whatnot. Their drivers so far have been doing a good job in these fights. And remember, it's also the dynamic of now you're facing somebody completely different in the first place to try and make the move on than you were used to racing against, who took the cautious approach. Where will things stack up? Now with the different driver change, here's RPM outside, tried something different, couldn't get the overlap to stick.
Yeah, this track, I'd have a hard time thinking you're going to make any outside corner stick, honestly. But boy, there's Fiercely Forward up ahead. There's, I think, Enosis up ahead. This traffic is just getting thicker and thicker as time goes on. And if you're RPM, you're hoping it works out in your favor. But hold on, there's, oh boy.
Yeah, that's a little bit of stacking up, and that's a tough thing with the GT4s. Just 8-second difference between them on raw speed. can really slow you up. They don't have the same cornering speed here today in terms of being able to accelerate out of the corner either, just with how their cars are in general, remember, with all those changes. But we'll say, now they'll have a chance to breathe for the next little bit. They still have more than an hour and a half to try and really sort things out here. It's just, where will things settle down with these two already up 9 seconds to buffer?
Yeah, and that's what you got to remember as well. I agree with that number you put out there with that buffer you have, is that, you know, you're racing hard and you want to get that lead, but you don't want to do anything stupid here, right? You don't want to be too aggressive. You don't want to be racing too hard, because right now you've got a big buffer back to huge ass gold. If you guys start getting side by side, if you start racing hard, if you start bumping, if you start doing anything silly, a 2-car battle becomes a 3-car battle, right? And so then you have to worry about that in this moment. But here we are now, working about an hour and 47 minutes on the clock. Happy you're with us here on Green Flag TV for the FTR trophi.ai series. Derek Watson, Justin Prince on the call. Christian Hill pushing the buttons, making us look and sound good down in the booth. A very exciting start to this race, a very weird start to this race, JP, where we had a red flag procedure start the race. The first about 20 minutes of the race were chopped off by a red flag and a yellow flag. Then we had our only actual caution under racing occur about 10-15 minutes later. Since then, it's been green flag racing. We've seen pit stops happen. We've seen some cars spun around on the track. But so far, we've been green now for going close to probably about an hour and a half.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever, to say the least. Things have calmed down a lot since the start. And usually during starting procedures, that's when everybody's, well, all bunched up, first of all. But second, that's where the intensity level rises, because it's one of your best opportunities to make passes then and there, because you're the closest you'll be for a long while to most of your field competitors. That's just how things usually go off to start. But now, it's just been about, can you maintain your regular scheduled programming in terms of your strategy now that you've had to adapt to it a little bit, and be able to try and see if you can make any changes here on the fly with that pit stop strategy being scrambled by the caution flag. There's so much at stake here now that you have this long run in general for these drivers to work with, as they have another traffic pack to go forward.
Yeah, again, that's been the story all day long, and I hate to even bring it up or to kind of wish it into existence, but unless we get another safety car which kind of separates the front of the field from the back of the field, this is going to be your story. There's a Sim Race Sweden esports car right there in the middle now. Now, right now, if you are the leader, if you are Sim Party Racing, that's a chance right there to pull a bit of a gap, because that, just the way the corners worked and the way that the lines worked, it held up RPM a little bit. Not too much, but enough you hope you can pull away and put a gap on this field.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, you can see that there's traffic pockets so critical to keep that separation up. It's exactly what RPM used to their advantage so well in the first place when they were having to work through some of the traffic as the race leader. It's where Sim Party Racing Delta and RPM, I think, are that equal together when it comes to pace. They're so close together in terms of what the raw actual speed is that it'll be hard to really separate the two of them for a long run play on the gaps here. That's at least the visual to me, at least, even with the different manufacturers here. So we'll see if that continues that trend as they go on here.
Yeah, that'll be the question all night long. We know we've been watching this battle for a while for GT3 Pro. This is the closest battle for any lead on the track currently. I think second place in the contention would be going back to the GT4 Pro. So wrong stuff is still trying to hold off Sim Race Sweden. There's still a massive gap there in those pit cycles that is keeping that battle at bay a little bit. There's other battles going on, but some of these battles, I mean, the TCR lead, GP, is almost a minute by itself. See it on the bottom of your screen there in the yellows. So lots going on here, but this is the closest battle on screen. Traffic still playing a factor, and a little bit of dust kicked up by RPM. You can see they're just getting a little antsy to try and make something happen.
Yeah, right now, that traffic just continues to be the ebb and flow creator when it comes to things, and that's where as well your mental focus has to be high, because if you zone out and you don't realize, oh hey, there's a car there, that can really absolutely cost you, especially with the chance of accident. You also have to hope that that lap traffic we were talking about earlier, that you need to be predictable. You also have to hope that lap traffic is aware of the situation, knows the blue flags are popping up in the sim in terms of the class differential to see them go on by. You can see right now the blink of the lights already. Sim Party Racing Delta already giving the lap traffic ahead, heads up, since they are getting fed some dirty air here. Hey, I want to go in the next little bit once I reach you here. Just a heads up for when I go for the dive here in the next few corners.
Boy, and look at that lineup ahead. I mean, first we just saw the huge ass car, but you get that better camera shot. And you see it's what, 3, 4, 5 cars deep here. Just a line now, almost too wide racing. This will cause problems for your leaders because now there's no optimal line. There's 2 huge ass cars side by side. One's going to get up in the, kind of up on the curbs and get out of the way. But boy, this is tense moments for your race leaders.
Yeah, a little bit nerve-wracking for these drivers. I don't think it's panic mode, because it's pretty standard. To the very least, it's just hoping everyone sticks together. Looks like Brooks Clayton having some moments there, got a little bit loose in the heart of the corner, was able to stick it by getting off the throttle for a split second. Just right now, Nilsson not able to really pick the spot, but remember, in normal situations, Jarek, your thought would be, okay, let's save fuel, we can stay in line. There hasn't really been a chance to save that little extra bit of fuel in this traffic because you haven't been able to really stay lined up with the leader. You've been more focused on the traffic itself.
That said, the flip side of that argument, JP, might be that the good news for the leader is that they've not been running up front and kind of burning the most fuel days. There's always a car ahead of them. So in some ways, the leader might slightly benefit from this, as I got nervous there with a couple of different moments happening at the same time. But the leader might slightly benefit from this because now he always has, they always have a car in front of them. So maybe they're not burning as much fuel as normal. So it goes both ways. But you're right. I mean, this is just becoming unpredictable, and that's those words you so rightly said earlier. Be predictable. As this lap traffic gets more and more unpredictable, it makes me more and more nervous about what bad thing is coming.
They don't like what I just seen there with Stage 1 Racing, by the way. The leader seemed to get a little bit patient with that machine. Just not to make that pass as quick as they really wanted to there. But some of this traffic doesn't want to necessarily lose all that much time right here, so you can understand a little bit of this at the moment in terms of the argy-barginess. Stage 1 Racing, mind you, is amongst those really fighting hard right now amongst those that was interclass traffic, hence why I think they're fighting so hard in the first place. Just try and maintain a lap so they didn't fall back further on the pylon here as they make their way through. You still have less than an hour and 40 minutes to navigate. You're going to reach those moments where you might have some people just not want to easily go as quick as possible as we take a look at some of the others.
Yeah, we'll take a look through the field and catch some of their cars that are happening, other battles that are happening here, and quickly kind of take ourselves through the field. It's hard to take your eyes away from that lead because of what's going on, but here is first and second in GT4AM. That is Julian there in his 343. He's running this race alone as part of WBM White today. So he's doing a pretty good job. He's holding off here Randy Arrett and that I don't know what we'll call it, polka dot car, JP, that very bright, the white car with the yellow and purple stickers on it. But if we go back to the front for a second, we said it's hard to get away from this, and it is, because right now they're side by side. RPM is trying everything they can, JP. They want to get up here. They want to make the pass. And, some contact, and wrecking. Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. And there's the contact back in response. Yeah, that was not surprised there. That was a teammate to Sim Party Racing Delta they were reaching. That was staying to the left side of the racetrack. But a teamwork, so to speak, in the first place, but RPM was not having any of it. They wanted to get around and take the lead with their best chance there yet.
Unfortunately, what it did for both of them probably is put both of them, you would think, in a really bad spot. Watch this again. Sim Party racing into the wall head first. Lots of damage. The contact, what do you think? It's just the car bouncing around, or maybe a receipt, if you will, for RPM is going to put both of those cars, you would think, down the field. Watch it again, JP. What do you think happens here?
Yeah, quite simply, traffic was staying to the left. Sim Party Racing Delta was trying to use their teammates a bit as a pick. RPM trying to move over, didn't happen, and ended up getting turned around into the wall. The last moment, Sim Party Racing Delta collects them on the way back there. So watch this. As you can see, just trying to move over because they want to get around. Where else can you go? They know their chance for the lead is right then and there. And ends up going up in smoke, essentially, with that contact.
Yeah, I mean, just a moment where obviously RPM did nothing wrong. I mean, RPM was up against the grass. Where were they supposed to go, right? I mean, what were they supposed to do? And then there's the contact at the end. That puts both cars in a bad spot. The sort of interesting story that stuck out for me for the moment, JP, is that despite that hard hit, Sim Party Racing is still moving for the moment. Now that car's beat up, it's damaged. I'm going to guess its balance is off. I'm going to guess it's not running as fast as it once did. But I'm surprised that car's still moving, honestly.
I'm surprised that car's still in the lead.
Yeah,
no meatball legs. And my question is, what's the chassis damage like?
Oh my God.
Ooh. That's a little bit tight for them. And I will say, my question's going to be, will they be able to maintain here? What is there any steering damage? Is there anything in regards to any type of major damages here? They are having a harder time actually passing the traffic, I'm already noticing here. So that gap is going down rapidly.
Well, and I would think it's going to go down even more rapidly at some point, because it takes a moment for the stewards to look at it. But you have to imagine that there's going to be a decision made by the stewards about that contact, and it's hard to think it could be any way on RPM Racing. I mean, again, they were in the left lane, they were up against the grass, they were on the white line. I would have to think there's a penalty coming for Sim Party Racing Delta in regards to that contact.
Especially since, once again, that was a Sim Party Racing lap car there. But you can also flip that to the RPM side, since they started moving over in the first place for the left side. So there's so much that race control is obviously going to have to look at here in the first place. It's going to be, will this even stick in the first place? 1:41.1 last time by. 4.7 seconds the gap at the moment. Seems to be the Delta. I'd be shocked if the 44 got away with that hit to the wall with nothing.
Well, no, they're not nothing. I mean, you mentioned the lap time of 1:41.1. That is slow. I mean, your second place car, Huge S Gold, a 1:39.4. Your third place car, a 1:38.9. So I understand what you're saying. When you say nothing, you're saying more than what it is, but you're losing about, 2 seconds a lap on the field. So they're not getting away with it per se. They're going to suffer a major speed disadvantage. I'd be more surprised if they get away, if they don't get, again, a note, something from the stewards for it. I'd be more surprised if there's not maybe in this race or a future race a receipt coming for that move, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep it on then right now. To the steward side of things, there hasn't been as much lately in terms of those. There were a couple reviews that started recently for some of our incidents, like 321 to the 90, the 340 and 373. Nothing for your leaders yet at the moment. We'll say, how's Mostly Mediocre Motorsport doing? Well, the machine is within half a second of a car that has had some recoveries. WBM White is up in the class lead, but for how long with the charge being put on by the 321?
Yeah, that's a good question too, right? How's it doing? And again, I've said it a couple times, but I want to point out one more time, that car in the lead, that red and white car, that's a single driver machine. And JP, all that's in my head about that is how exhausting that must be. whether there's safety cars or not, whether there was a red flag to start the race or not, it's 4 hours of racing, of thought process, of planning and plotting and everything for one driver. So that's got to be exhausting. So I'm curious at some point if just the pass happens just maybe due just to driver fatigue. But here they come down pit road, does mostly mediocre motorsport out of P2. So that'll at least temporarily give up that gap they have here at about the hour-and-a-half mark on the board.
Yeah, and they were having a decent spot there for what we've seen a couple times over now. Just got to make sure once they cycle, they're going to be back in planning mode to be able to attack the 343. But the huge ass cars, the huge ass blue machine is coming on down as well, as already finishing up their service too. So things are going right so far in regards to them. Just middle of the pack run. Not going to be the greatest points day, but the 38 surviving.
Yep, that is the goal here. I mean, think about, we're a little over 90 minutes to go. Minute 40 lap times. I mean, you may seem like you're pretty down to the stage right now, baby. Well, bad things happen to other drivers, and you could find yourself pretty well, in contention to have a really solid finish here. So that's why you stick it out. That's why you run this race, because you're never quite sure what will happen. Back in P11 by this Empire Racing Vanilla. They're racing back there with SRN. SRN really gave that lead a while ago, JP, when they pitted off cycle from everyone else. And they've never really found their groove to get back up front.
Yeah, so far, we've seen the Archie Bargy is not afraid to use the chrome horn. Daniel Galti, at this point, just hoping for the best. I think you could say at least try and make some of these moves already. A longer pit stop previously 14 laps ago for Empire Racing Vanilla. I believe there might have been a change of the driver possibly there or so. For the 74 at least, it's just, can you pick off spots? Can you get yourself a decent run? Can you maintain your position for now? There's so many things, for them at least, that has to go right if they want a decent finish here. By the way, RPM Racing Black, they're getting a little bit argy-bargy right now with drivers like World of Racing up in front and a lot of others in the Hornet's Nest as things start to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, lots of things are starting to heat up here in the moment. We're about 90 minutes to go, and we have a small break in that battle for the lead, but it's not a break right there. 3 wide racing, RPM Black one to get around, and they do make that pass happen. Oh, buddy, those moments get a little tense no matter what classic cars you're using. I was going to say, we're about the 90-minute mark. Things have calmed down for the lead, so we're going to take this opportunity. We're going to step back. We're going to go side by side and hit a commercial break. You won't miss anything, and we'll be back soon here on Green Flag TV.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back here on Green Flag TV for the FTR trophi.ai series. Derek Watson, Justin Prince along with you for the ride. MoJP for about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes straight. There was a big battle for the lead. That's calmed down for the moment. We got a small break in action here, so we can maybe take a look at some different cars in the field and see how they're faring. But unfortunately, that battle did not end the way anybody wanted it to. But we'll see what happens as this race goes on. I'm still surprised that Sim Party Racing is up there at the top of the field.
Me too. I was able to look. They do have right front damage at the very least. I'd be very curious post-race to hear how much actual damage they picked up on the race car in terms of the total minutes. Once they actually get a pit stop put down, they say they have. But right now, all you can do is just drive. Just hope for the best, hope the time sticks, go from there. Last time by, RPM Racing Red found a clean air pocket, gained a second. But my concern would be just trying to make sure this car gets the finish at this point.
Right.
After such a hit to one of the walls in the first place from that incident.
Yeah, again, I'm just stunned as moving. Typically, there's been times in iRacing when a hit like that would have ended the car and you'd be done, but they're back down to normal lap times. They're still a little high in the lap time, about a second higher than what RPM Racing Red is doing, but still a pretty solid run overall. So Callan Shepard here behind the wheel for Sim Party Racing Delta. I haven't even seen a notation. I don't know if anyone protested that move, JP. I've not seen any notation across the steward's notes to say it's even being looked at yet.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that either. Interestingly enough, I'm a little bit shocked to say the very least there. In that regard, I know that the racing stewards have been kept a little bit busy, to say the very least, some of the communication back and forth, but had to keep on moving forward. Most for Mediocre Motorsport will now gain a spot as one of the drivers they're just chasing went down pit road. But right now, we know they are off cycle for the rest of their respective strategy. Just trying to take spot for spot up to second. They go back once again with the pit stops.
This is the 321 car, Randy Aaron, as you said, with the mostly mediocre. This is GT4M Racing.
Oh, hold on. The one car just spun. One car in the final corner just hit the curbing and spun it out on the front straightaway. And they were closing. Now it's going to be a 10-second lead.
Wow. That's a moment there. So red, RPM Racing Red spins it. RPM Racing Black, I believe, just received a black flag for something. So what is once a good day for RPM Racing in a matter of a moment has turned pretty sour, at least for the second here, JP. Walk me through the replay first here. I think we're going to start with the one car into the second. So we'll split it up, JP, and walk me through the replay of what you see happen here.
We'll take a look at this. They just end up here through this final corner. Taking the curve okay in the left, but on the right, they take too much of it. The curves lift up, bottom it out, and snap it around as both sides of the race car get picked up across the curving with the suspension roll and the bounce in that section. All Nielsen could do is just hold on for the best right here. Just that hop, four-wheel tires off the ground, picks them up. Those Pirellis sent sliding off the racetrack, and RPM as a result will lose plenty of time, things spiraling for Nilsson, then wondering where the black flag came for black. Well, they're letting cars go at the very least at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that black flag came from, honestly, but you're right. They are letting cars go, and maybe it was an unserved slowdown. That's the best I can think of.
Had to be. It had to have been, with how aggressive they were trying to stop there.
So walk us through, JP. Maybe you get someone who has family or friends who are watching. Maybe you're not, involved in iRacing, or maybe not involved in the road course side. Walk us through what a slowdown does and what it does if you don't serve it appropriately.
Well, slowdown penalty essentially means you cut the course with all 4 tires or more than half the race car over a respective part of the track limits. Say a curbing, part of the runoff areas, anything along those lines seen as an advantage gained on the racetrack. In Sim, they then have a timer that shows up that you must give up, say, 0.9 seconds within the next 30 seconds, where you have to accumulate that time loss over that respective delta, or else you will get a in-sim black flag that will send you to pit road for not serving the slowdown. And some people will take it immediately, especially those who might not be the most road course inclined, will immediately have that served since they have the natural pace bleed off. But if you end up trying to wait for a bit and hope for the time to bleed over the course of the lap, and you end up, guess what, having time left in those final seconds, if you don't immediately clear it by that black flag trigger, you're going to lose so much more time compared to if you served it on the racetrack. So that's why they were so aggressive in the first place.
And I think the second part that maybe you sort of touched on, but I'm gonna hit a little harder, is when you're more aware of a road course, there are natural spots to serve a slowdown, right? Where you already are kind of slower in the corner, maybe the track's a little slower, or it just kind of forces you to brake a little harder. And sometimes if you do it right, there's good places to serve it, quote unquote. But it felt like for them, as you said, they just ran out of time, and that was the end of that. Here's Alameda Racing Academy. They're now being passed by our leader. And this is the 299 car in P6 in class for the GT3 Pros. Remember, they got hit from the back end earlier by the Enosis car, but they've had a pretty calm day. Here's Treehouse Racing with Ryan Chevalier behind the wheel. This is back in P10. They're right behind one of the Sim Race Sweden cars, and they've had a pretty quiet day, but heck, JP, compared to the day we've seen from some cars, a quiet day is an okay day.
Exactly. And at this point, it's about, for many of these drivers, just making sure you get a good finish put up on the board, get good points, survive from there. And that's the major thing right now, is you just let the natural pace of the car also propel you to where the car will end up being. In the case of Treehouse Racing, they haven't been forcing the issue. They haven't been having too many problems with anything like the curving or any of the lap traffic. Just minding their own business just has to be the game plan.
Yep. By the way, of note, I know you and I both mentioned it earlier, I can now tell you, we went from no one protesting that contact to now both teams of RPM Racing Red and Sim Party Racing Delta have both protested one another. It's being labeled as incidents 19 and 20. According to the admin logs, I'm assuming it's a double protest. So that's now under investigation. We'll wait and get some words on that later. Here's Aspen Martin. He's in a GT3 AM car with that Prismatic Motorsports team. And I believe we're going to take a look back at a replay with some contact with that Prismatic car.
Oh, how about a bit of a slide? Yeah, just snapped hard right in the middle of the corner. See if we can have a look here at the angle. Just going up the hillside, making their way up to two. Destro just snapped on them as they tried to go from the left to the right, and just slamming that wall down with the front nose.
Yeah, that's a hard hit, and he saw that car just went ahead and looked like he maybe just went ahead and towed on back to pit road, but that's it. He's still on track, still lots of damage to the bottom of that car. So that's going to be a pretty rough hit there for Aspen in that moment. Let's go up to Cohen Garrett's part of Project Synced Racing Team. They've had a pretty good day in P6.
Yeah, not bad so far. Very quiet run for Project Synced. Oh, 3 wide with lap traffic.
Yeesh. So much for a good day.
Yeah, that could have been a bad moment there for a split second with the TCR and the GT4s. Some of the GT3s also they've been working around, but you could also throw in the category of quiet days so far, just minding their own business and just trying to maintain laps. You can see this 50 machine just trying to fight hard to stay on the racetrack though.
Yeah, they both are. I mean, that huge-ass car really kind of dug to the inside and stuck to the outside, so that... Well, we're gonna stick to our own plan here, but so up to P6 now for that team in Project Synced. Huge as gold, I believe, would be the next car ahead, about 7 seconds according to my timing last time by, and then after that would be Quad Dash. That's pretty far ahead for this team to catch up to.
Yeah, at this point, it's a matter of hoping for some luck if they want to really gain up and get up there to the rest of the drivers in the respective class right now. But sometimes, again, keeping clean runs is good because they've got a sizable buffer over Pegasus Sim Racing, even with the cycle difference. Sim Party Racing Echo, they're in the midst of a battle right now. See, within 6/10 of their respective competitors, trying to get to Thomas Crabtree to try and fight for the top 5 right now.
Yeah, having a pretty good run. Again, a much quieter run, a much cleaner car than their teammates up in Delta, but a P6 run here for the GT4 AM team being piloted by Matthew Green. So as you come around here to about a 1 hour and 15-minute mark, I would say probably from here on out, the GT4 pit window has opened for the final time. The TCR window, I would think, is definitely open for the final time, and we're getting really close in about, what, 15 minutes or so of the GT3 window opening for the final time. But I say all that, JP, and then I wonder how nervous these drivers are, right? Kate and I talked in the opening of the show. This race director software we use to help assist with the race, it has a threshold system of when the caution comes out. It's not as simple as wreck equals caution, right? Everything's assigned point values. Car spun on the road, car spun off the track, wrecks, wall hits, slow cars, yada, yada, yada. Think about the things you and I have seen in the past hour or so. We saw the contact between Party Delta and RPM Red. We saw him prismatic off the track into the wall pretty hard. We've seen a couple other minor things. I, as a driver, would be getting nervous. How close are we to that threshold where the system triggers again? I don't want to get stuck on pit road making the wrong decision because of that yellow coming out. If it comes up.
Yeah, that's the tough thing right now is you never know if it comes out. That's the tough thing. You just kind of have to go based on your strategy. You can't just hope and pray for a caution flag necessarily unless you're hoping for a long shot strategy to work out your way. So it's very tough.
Hold on.
Contact Simmery Sweden, the 252 turning the car.
Wow, it's a car we were just watching a second ago. That was a Project Sync car. He's got turned around, he's got tapped from the rear end, and got turned around. He's back up racing again. And that is Ricardo. And he, I'm sure, is not happy, and he'll be racing aggressively. He'd love to get back up to Sim Race Sweden. Luckily for that other team, there's a bit of a gap between them. But watch the contact here, JP. It's going to dig into the corner, I think.
Yeah, Sim Race Sweden was digging in the first place. Showed the nose in the corner.
No.
Yeah, that almost looks like a bit of a turn down. The nose was there. They were even on the overlap. And Sim Race Sweden was at the edge of the curve. Very lucky RPM Racing Red wasn't hit there yet again, because they started rolling forward in the heart of the track.
Yeah, very lucky. Lots of people were hit there, honestly, with where that car was located, that kind of slower corner, and that car turned about 90 degrees sideways. But everyone walked out with no more damage than just the one car spun around, the 2-car contact. So for this 251 machine now, he almost made the same move on somebody else.
Yeah, getting a little bit uber aggressive now. There's a bit of a red mist popping up. Some absolute trouble spots right now for Project Synced that we were just talking about. Pardon me.
And so we're going to talk about a couple things, talking about how contact's happening, how drivers are getting impatient, talk about that trigger system. And now there's another incident that just happened, JP, a moment ago with Sim Race Sweden and Project Sync. You have to put us a little bit closer to that yellow flag ticking off.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's another thing. Exactly, you just want to bide your time, hope for the best, keep it clean. Some of these drivers are really getting too uber aggressive here. Sim Party Racing Bravo. They're getting a little bit of racing for position. Oh my, the GT4 nearly turned down before realizing they were there.
Yeah, almost missed the call from the spotter maybe. It was car low, or car right in this case, I should say. And luckily he figured out last second. But here's Sim Party Racing. I've had that name wrong all day. Sim Party Racing Bravo. And they're having a quieter run. P15, they'd love to catch up some spots here. They'd love to make something happen, but right now riding back in P15 on the board. They would love to catch Pegasus Sim Racing and start working their way through the field.
Yeah, they're way down in the running order at this point. They're already a lap down compared to the rest of their classmates, but we'll say Sim Party Racing Bravo has been everywhere in the field, literally, because they've had literal class members all over this track. Kind of shows the size of their community in the first place to have that many drivers available. Oh, that's a huge lunge, able to get the force out.
He just sort of bullied his way through. That black and yellow car is not going to accept that, though. That black and yellow car is going to try to get back in and see he could somehow bully his way through, but I think that's not going to happen. Sim Party Racing has now pulled away and is trying to put a gap there between themselves and that car. You're right, there's a couple teams in here with huge communities, right? I mean, obviously Sim Party Racing's in here, Huge Ass is in here. They've got a few different entries. You know, Project Sync has a couple, so it does feel like there are, you know, a really couple big communities. And you got some smaller teams in here just coming in here, you know, like Eagle Speed Academy's up in 3rd, or, you know, World of Racing up in P3 in your GT3 Pros. So there's still some smaller communities competing, but you're right, there's a couple of big communities here as well.
Yeah, there's a huge spread when it comes to the size of communities, absolutely. But strength in numbers, at least to me, is a big thing, to be able to give people data, to be able to improve and be able to find what you need from somebody, especially on the setup side. But sometimes that concentrated effort also can provide so much more for your respective organization. It really depends place to place and how much knowledge you have within that respective team base, Derek, to make sure you're fast in the first place.
I think it also matters if you know what to do with the data, right? Not all data is good data. That's a myth I think a lot of people don't quite understand, is that, you know, sometimes getting data from maybe, let's say, 3 drivers is sometimes more effective than getting it from 15 drivers, because not all data is good. It depends on the, you know, that driver and their comfort with the set, or what weather were they racing in, or, you know, just different factors. And so sometimes smaller communities do thrive because simpler data and less data, it helps you kind of quickly pinpoint, you know, the pressure points and the problems in your data. But some communities think that, oh man, if I get, you know, 20 drivers to come race my set and I get 20 different pieces of feedback, I'm going to get the perfect set. But I mean, heck, you can't get 20 people to agree what's for dinner tonight, much less agree on a car setup, you know?
Yeah, and that's the tough thing, is all sorts of confusion can come up when you have different ways of going. Sometimes you might say, oh, setup's not good, let's go this direction. You end up spending a day or so learning about different setups and trying to go the different direction, and you end up going the wrong direction, realizing, oh, the original way was the fastest way in the first place, let's go back to that. So you might end up putting yourself down a rabbit hole going the wrong way. Absolutely.
Well, and to a certain point, a good setup and a bad setup is a relative term, right? Different drivers prefer different things. Some people love tight race cars. Some people prefer loose race cars. Some people prefer, they'd rather have more corner than frontline speed, or vice versa, right? And so that term of good setup and bad setup, to an extent, is a relative term. So, you know, it just all depends on, you have to almost find like drivers who feel the same if you want to get all 4 drivers to feel the same about the setup when you're done. But a lot of times in endurance racing, it's not that way. You'll have maybe 2 or 3 drivers who love a setup, and one guy who's just sort of settling on the setup.
And at least in my opinion, I don't like to settle on it. I like to find every possible bit of speed possible. No summer like it's fast. Let's go from there. Hope for the best. But now it's the start of the pit window for the GT3s again. And both the leader cars have come on down. Not much separation in the pit lane between the two of them.
And I think this is a problem for Sim Party Racing Delta, JP. We're in hour 7 left on the clock. I don't think this is their final pit stop. I really don't. I mean, I don't see how anyone, short of a caution coming out, let's put that caveat out there just so I don't sound silly later. Short of a caution coming out, there's no way you take that GT3 car and you go at hour 7 on a fuel tank. I think these guys are going to find out they're off cycle.
At this point, I think so too. They're going to be, both of them, in a rougher spot here. We'll see where the Delta really shuffles out as 30-second pit stop Sim Party Racing Delta. RPM Racing Red is going much longer in the pit stall though. They've already gone 40 seconds here in the one camp and extending.
I wonder if they're, well, the RPM Racing Red does have a 10-second penalty, by the way, for an unsafe rejoin, not related to the moment we saw on the broadcast. They had a moment with huge ass gold about not too long, or maybe, hold on, not after, I should say, that wreck we saw.
They just towed. They just towed. They just towed after rolling forward, and this is the race right here.
This is going to be a massive hit. Yeah, this is going to be unfortunate for these guys. If that is what happened, you're all right. I mean, that tow time is going to kill them. It's going to hurt that time. It's going to be unfortunate at best. Well, now if you're Sim Party Racing Delta, you know what, JP, I said you couldn't go in hour 7. You're going to have a pretty massive gap between yourself and now P2 and Eagle Speed Academy. Maybe you slow that thing down and you see if you can make that work. We're watching now to see when they're finally going to leave, if they do, but we're going to pull away from that. But that hurts.
Yeah, that's a very lucky break for the 44 camp right now, depending on how things go with the penalty situation. They are in the net lead, but although there is the caveat though, they still have another pit stop likely, and they're only 5 seconds now over Huge Ass Gold. So there is the chance that Huge Ass Gold could close up to them and be able to make this a big time fight despite all the damage here over the next hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's, wow, that's a big change here. By the way, I want to point out, Sim Party Delta, 20-second time penalty for squeezing and forcing a vehicle off the track in a collision. 20-second penalty will be applied. So either on their next pit stop or at the end of the race. So JP, look at that gap they have right now. I mean, right now, according to this, that's going to be a signed end of race. So if they want to win this race now, they have to do it in dominant fashion.
Yeah, now this is going to be where it's exactly to who's going to be the leader is my question. Because Eagle Speed Academy is up front right now, but they're having to come down the next couple laps. Huge Ass Gold would then cycle in front for the next little bit. This has turned to absolute madness for the GT3 Pro side. And pardon me, the leaders are the AM side right now. So Huge Ass Gold would then cycle to the Pro lead. So your AM leaders could get the overall win here too, depending on how things go.
Yeah, and the good news for Eagle Academy is that I think when they pit here, JP, in a couple of laps when their fuel is out, they're going to be done pitting. They should be inside the fuel window to pit here. So unlike Sim Party Racing Delta, who we think has to pit again, I think Eagle Academy is good. I really do. So you're right there. Huge Ass Gold, they're going to have to pit one more time. So they last pitted back on lap 76. So this is going to be very interesting how this works out.
This is going to be a bit of panic mode, to say the very least here, absolutely here at this rate. Just pure chaos is all you can really say. I will say Eagle Speed Academy up by about a lap for their AM class. There isn't major concern in terms of falling behind on their cycle, the huge ass yellow. Just a massive separation building up between them and Brooks Clayton has really put themselves into the driver's seat. The 44 camp as more drivers are pitting this time.
And boy, you talk about that old analogy of pictures worth 1,000 words. Look at that picture in the right of your screen. The timer is still ticking for RPM Racing Red from that tow that they did just so weirdly after coming off a pit road there. And I mean, it's now up to 4 minutes. That's massive. I think they're just out of the car. I think Charles has probably called it for the day, JP. I think that frustration may have just set in, and he may call it there. And I mean, what a wild set of circumstances in just a short amount of time, right? We saw the time penalty assigned to Sim Party Racing. We saw RPM Red get the penalty for the unsafe rejoin, and then have that moment on pit road. It really took what was a tight, intense battle for probably all, 30 minutes, and just sort of tore it apart.
Yeah, absolutely. And now this race has gone into full flux mode right for the top of the hour. Teams like Sim Party Racing Tango looking to just ready to tango out for some of these positions all as we shuffle out here. This has been an eye-opening stretch, to say the very least, with what has turned out to be a wild past hour or so since that contact up at the front of the field after the aggressive battling for 20+ minutes.
So now things have sort of calmed down. Now it feels kind of like a lull, doesn't it? Kind of feels like we can breathe again and sort of process things at a normal pace again. Because right now, I mean, Sim Party Delta, according to your leaderboard, has a lead, but we know that's going to go away because they have a 20-second penalty to serve, unless somehow they would get that an appeal in and get that appeal won, which I don't think is going to happen. So right now they're looking to fall back to probably out of the top 3, just behind Huge Ass Blue, I would think here, maybe even back to further than that. So we'll need to wait and see how that works out, where it all comes off here. Here's Sim Party Racing Tango. They're in part of the GT4 AM class, and they're running in P5. And there's Sim Party Racing Echo in P6. Now we got a little Sim Party on Sim Party battle on the track here.
Yeah, some teammate fire potentially once again with Matthew Green looking to find that echo up another spot. That was my attempt at an echo. Did it work?
I got that.
Well?
Yeah, that was. I mean, it was obvious. Yeah.
I will say, like the coding with the military language to be able to make sure they distinguish the respective teams here, but right now, this is where you can see some of the differentials right now. That BMW able to take curves a little bit more better than Mercedes AMG, just a lot more launch off. It's cost them ground for the front straightaway, just that balance with the 3D curbing.
Yeah, the curbing has cost people a lot here, and there's a pass we made to the inside from a different class car, so he'll go right on by, and the Echo team will be fine here. And you're right, I guess in the case of Sim Party Racing, it hadn't really occurred to me that we're using the military phonetics to name different teams. You know, Kate and I talked about it earlier. There's the Empire Racing here, who's using like vanilla and cookie dough, which we assumed were ice cream flavors. You know, Huge Ass uses the colors, you know, gold, blue, and others to distinguish their teams. There are lots of different ways that teams really do try and name their cars to help distinguish them on the track.
Yeah, it's really team to team and looking to try and have some fun possibly with the names, absolutely. When it comes to the side of things, at the Riverwood, it's quite simply just down to the colors and whatnot, just keeping things pretty business-like in terms of how they approach things. But sometimes the sim racing side, you can let loose. You have that flexibility to call your team what you want it. Or you can just, in the case of Eagle Speed Academy Esports, just put a K at the end of it and be able to go from there. Chris, after all, Chris Van Goot, I should rather say, running very well in that machine, the blue and white and yellow, shining brightly.
Yes, remember they last pitted back on lap 66. We're now working lap, I believe, 90 at this point. Maybe more than that, actually. I had my route set to a different car. So we're on lap 95, pardon me. So you have to think any moment now, that Eagle team has got to be coming here to pit road, and this will be their last pit stop no matter what happens from here, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, they're in a great position here from this point forward to just keep on going. So right now, just have to be able to plan things out outright for them. The wrong stuff, meanwhile, their name has not been fitting to their performance today. They've just been able to show the right stuff in these later stages here to just keep on running away 6 seconds up over Sim Race Sweden.
Yeah, and they last pitted 7 laps ago on lap 88, so I would tend to believe they are done pitting. So unless that yellow flag flies, then I think these guys are done pitting. They're just going to come around and have a good run here. They're currently about almost 6 seconds up on Sim Race Sweden. They're then about 22 seconds up on Enosis. So pretty solid run. By the way, of note, your leaders, the Eagle Sim Sport, has come in off screen, by the way, so that will start that pit cycle. But right now, for the wrong stuff, they're having a great run here and doing a great job. And they had a great run in the last race at the Bend as well, so this is a pretty consistent team.
Yeah, WSR Esports always competitive in TCR racing when it comes to their driver lineup in general. Ross McFarland, one of the best drivers for this type of racing you can even put in the car in the first place. I will say, it's so important to pick these lineups right if you want to be able to contend. You have Michael Polasek, who's their other driver. When you put a lineup like that in, you're basically saying we're just going to go out and win this race. Because Polasek is the best in the class when it comes to this style of racing. Also races the Georgia Cup Esports League as well in the North American division. Ross McFarland raced a lot in some of the European side of things for WSR. Some great speed from both of these drivers outside the league, and it's carried forward into today.
Yeah, it really is carrying forward in today, and that's why they're doing so well in this moment in this TCR class. But I want to talk a little bit right now, JP, about the different classes and where we stand. I want to show you the difference between, let's walk through what happened and where we finished. Now, we're not done, but an hour of racing left here. But at the Bend 1 month ago, in your GT3 Pros, it was World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing winning, RPM Black in second, and Hugh Jazz Gold in third. So far of those teams, only Hugh Jazz Gold looking for a podium or contending for a podium right now. Eagle Speed Academy, Esports K, Stage 1 Racing, and were your top two in the GT3 or GT3 AM. So I mean, again, it just shows you that's just a couple of the classes, how different this track is, maybe how comfortable people feel, how good people are feeling, because the leaderboards are looking very different.
Absolutely. What a racing and Samantha Tan Racing, a good partnership as well. We'll say Samantha Tan Racing, well respected when it comes to multiple different sims for their drivers. Just that partnership is really fueling some nice speed for that team here today. Once again, especially with what we've seen turned into a very chaotic class here. And right now is in a spot where they'd be net second on the racetrack in the class. I think that team will be very happy, especially with the Ford platform really suiting them very well around here today.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, they'd be very happy with the P3 here with Samantha Tan. And again, they won last time. So now with this changing cycle of GT3 Pros with the penalties and everything, if they could come up here and get a first and then the third in back-to-back races, that would suit them very well. It would be very much a tie with them and Hugh Jazz Gold, who would go third and then second. So we'll wait and see how this plays out here in the next 53.5 minutes. I was looking through the rest of the field. I mean, GT4 Pros, Cardin Racing won last time. Project Sync Team XL SX and then Sim Race Sweden Esports. So we'll wait and see how this plans out. But right now, WB and White, by the way, the only team consistent. We'll do that real quick for the GT4 AMs. They won last time, and I think they're looking to win this time. So that would be a win and a win. That would put them well ahead in the standings.
Yeah, we'll see where things really shake up in the next 53 minutes or so. We'll say Mark Reynolds keeping an eye on here. Once those that's just biding their own business yet again. Everybody's just kind of been running in place almost, it feels like, Derek, for the last while. And that's kind of just the nature of the endurance race. It's not back and forth, it's a marathon after all, where you have different pace tempos that you have to set. You have those different markers that you go through. Those focuses just go in certain directions for you. And right now, we're seeing that with Sim Racing Grid Phantom, just trying to maintain. They have a clean race car, so it's going to give them a big advantage compared to the car they're trying to close up on in this fight to be able to make another spot up here on themselves. I believe that would be Flaming Ford Skin to get my phrasing right.
Yeah, that's important. Pronunciation is important. Sim racing commentary, that's for certain. They're trying to catch up to that car there and having a good run. A P10, he seems kind of cruising up through the curbs and trying to make the best of this. Well, listen, we're about 51 minutes to go. One more time, we're going to give you a chance to experience Mangy Cours from your own personal home viewing experience. We're going to lay back, we're going to crank up the volumes around the track, and you're going to feel the noise at Mangy Cours. Welcome back here to the FTR trophi.ai series and Green Flag TV, and caution is out, JP. We had wondered when that system would finally trigger. We saw a few incidents on the track that we knew were racking up those points, so to speak. And finally, it is out. 45 minutes to go in the race. This is going to make for one mad dash to the finale. Watch this replay here.
Yeah, this is going to be chaos, especially up in the front for the GT3 Pro. But, see, that is a massive lunge and a park by the 25. That ends up being the trigger. That is Empire Racing Vanilla that sent it on in a not-so-vanilla move. And now, the field is going to have a lot to consider. This will take away the fuel strategy for some of the teams, or at least cost some on track position.
Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of people. A lot of weird things happen here for Empire Racing because it felt like Alameda kind of come across them, then they slowed down, and then more contact happened behind. So a pretty weird set of events that brought out this yellow finally here, JP. And I was thinking actually as we were away, I was pondering in my head what happens, for example, to Sim Party Delta. That 20-second penalty, if they're going to serve it under caution, is that a blessing or a curse? I can't figure it out in my head because, I mean, 20 seconds can put you way to the back of the field, but I guess it is under yellow? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the challenging part now for some of these teams is how they consider things. This came at a window, too, for Huge Ass Gold where they have to come down in the next couple laps, too, just based on the timing. So this is a very peculiar situation for a lot of people here if they want to make it to the end of this race, or it becomes a fuel save situation under these pace laps behind the BMW to make sure you can stretch it. There's so many choices you can go here, Derek. It's just the matter of picking the winning strategy here, because by the time we get back going, it'll be what? Give or take. Yeah, that's about it.
So I was thinking in my head, though, do I want tires? Every driver wants tires. That's the easy answer, right? Every driver always wants tires. But do you want to risk where you are to put tires on? And I think maybe you do in a track that has really only a couple well-known passing spots. If I could have new tires, if I could have maybe, let's say, 10, 15 lap newer tires than you, I bet I could push a couple more corners and I could make up some ground, and I could do what I need to do. So we have fuel to play with. We have some possible desires for tires to play with. We have a long pit road procedure up ahead here where we're not going to have the pit road open instantly, most likely. We need to do wave arounds. Want to see how much time is left on the clock. With every answer comes more questions in this race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. Here at RPM Red is back in the race somewhere, by the way. Yeah, Charlie Nilsson came back and jumped back in the car. He left the session for a while. He's 11.
You guys.
I was about to say he's 11 laps down. I'm surprised he came back here.
Yeah, he may have seen to walk away after that frustration or that mental, moment right there. He needed to get up and walk away and let it loose and come back. And hey, listen, you come back because again, if you stay under green, who knows what spots you make up here with how fast these laps are. Now under caution, it'll probably hurt a little bit here, but gonna come on through, and I think we'll wait and see. No one's really down pit road, I don't believe. We're gonna, nope, looks like pit road not open this time by, so we'll go around again. Pace car is leading everyone around. That brand new iRacing safety car with the police style headlights, the blinking headlights. We talked earlier about how much more impressive the safety car is than the others, JP.
Yeah, it's actually got the same car sounds as the in-sim iRacing car. So it gives that safety car a more realistic feel than just having an older paint scheme from 10, 15 years ago still on track, to say the very least. So it's a nice looking safety car. I just wish that the arms inside for the driver would just turn.
Yeah, small steps, right? So small steps in there. But remember, I guess we could take a second and talk about a big update week for iRacing. This is week 13. Lots of updates this week. If you've not checked them out yet, we've had a new track come out, located down in Mexico. The F1 track is available. A couple of new GT3s available. A brand new in-sim UI to play with. Lots of opinions on that across the community. A brand new GT4 model, tires, and many more upgrades to those cars. A new hybrid system to play with. New spotter messages now, JP. The spotters now tell you when you're good on fuel, and it's more detailed about your fuel pit stops. So a massive update this week, file size wise. I feel like I was downloading like Call of Duty, I thought. But it was a pretty awesome update this week. And then in week 13, lots of drivers have gotten a chance to play with it and experience the Season 4 update.
Yeah, the Season 4 update has a fair bit of content when you think about it in terms of just natural life of changes, updates, like all the NASCAR refresh stuff that comes to mind, for example. That's a big thing right now. 3 new road cars, including the new Ford Mustang GT4. That's been big in North America with its platform growing. That car's been able to establish itself pretty well in terms of its development. You also have the Aston Martin GT3, the Vantage Evo, now part of the platform too. So there's so much in terms of those developments that you now have, on top of the fact that you have the GT4s that you're touched upon with those changes, having a lot of updates from tire warmers to the compound roll heights to how the balance of performance works to how the setups work. GT4s have basically had to rebuild all their setups for weeks on end, just to be able to perform today, because it was made clear in the notes all previously created setups are obsolete now.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I think one thing, it's a positive and a negative, JP. You said all the NASCAR refreshes. That means Daytona got a refresh, and sad for me, the grass in the back street is gone. I feel bad. The grass in the, I'm going to call it the bus stop. I'm going to be stubborn. You can call it the other name if you want to. It's government name, if you will. I'm sad that the grass is gone in the bus stop.
Yeah, I understand its reason, but its beauty was always really nice to have. Oh, look at this.
There's pit stops.
No pit stop for the 44. They're not serving it yet. They're not serving the slowdown. Their 20-second penalty yet.
That's interesting. I guess I kind of get it, because now you're thinking the safety car, you're good on gas, so maybe you can build a lead of 20 seconds, I guess. That's going to be hard to do, I think, in the time you have available to you. But that's interesting to see. Other cars did come in. Basically, I think almost everyone else came down pit road. So the problem now they're going to have is this pesky little thing called tires.
Yeah, and I'm curious how many drivers elect to take a set here. I'm not too sure there'll be that many here, just with the way the track is fairly cool right now. Not seeing too many I am seeing some drivers up on jacks right now, at least, who have taken a compound to be able to close out and push from here, be able to turn hot laps. The net position loss wasn't bad for all the drivers to just pit, by the way, especially in GT3. Right. They're only as far back as 5th overall in the car type and 4th overall in the pro side, at least. However, or rather should say 3rd on back overall and top 3 on the racetrack. We'll say it's going to be the matter of how race control then places them out here and how they are lined up, where you have a 12 to 16 second deficit in the pacing line to the leader.
So what will happen here when we get ready to go green in a lap or two, race control will do wave arounds. Anyone ahead of your class leader, you're going to wave around the field and get to go back to the end of the line. But other than that, there is no class separation. We're just going to have one big conglomerate of cars. So we'll let that happen, and we'll see how that forms out here. But we'll see what that gap ends up being in a moment. Lights in the pace car still on for the moment, and we're still working our way here around Mangy Cours. And well, JP, again, it's been a really awesome day and lots of great racing and lots of exciting moments. But Now I think we're ready for possibly a very tense 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's still 15, 16 minutes away from it being 20 minutes. But it is going to be nerve-wracking. About 3 minutes and 40 seconds a pace lap is the average right now we're doing. But
yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I said we're 20 minutes of fun racing. We got a little bit to go to get there. You're right.
Yeah. We're on the bus to get to the actual amusement park, you know what I mean? We just...
Yeah, that's a good analogy, actually. I like that.
So, and this is basically for the drivers in the cars right now, just a mind game of keeping yourself mentally focused right now at this point, Derek, and making sure you know that you have to just keep on driving. Well, you can't necessarily stop at the pacing line, is what I mean by that, but you basically just have your discussion with your team members. If that, you just are waiting to hear from race control on what the approach is. By the way, the one car parked it again. Nelson parked it for a second time and he's left again.
All right, maybe he just wanted to secure his spot, make sure he was just enough laps ahead of the car behind. I don't know. We'll wait and see what happened. If we can find out what happened there, we'll come around to see what happens with the safety car here. I know we did an estimate of a 25-minute caution. I'm hoping maybe we're wrong and we get to go green sooner than that. I don't think I've seen wave rounds happen yet, though, so I think that's going to at least delay this process a little longer, I do believe. And yeah, so you know, a busy week 13 for some drivers. You had to come in here and said for the GT4 drivers, pardon me, rebuild your setups and get excited and get motivated, get your practice time in for this event. 1 month from now, we'll go to Brands Hatch, by the way. An exciting schedule upcoming here, by the way, Jay. If we can look at it again, I'm going to put our producer Christian Hill on the spot to put the schedule up here again. It's going to sort of dictate here. Look at this schedule. I mean, there's a couple of great races. And what stands out to me, though, JP, moving forward, I mean, Sebring, I guess, maybe a medium-sized track, but this story of traffic we've had today, as I look at this schedule, that storyline is not going to go away.
Yeah, it's an interesting schedule when you break it down, especially with some of the more unique tracks you would see for endurance racing. Circuit de Villeneuve, for example, comes to mind. Is not necessarily one you would see for an endurance race, but is one that provides a lot of challenges. I find it interesting 6 hours at Barber, though. That's going to be a track with a couple of decent practice passing opportunities. An exciting way to close things out on the season. It's going to be the matter, though, on are you going to be bit by the spider there, as in the bad luck spider,
or is the paper mache doll going to fall down on you?
Oh my goodness!
I know that thing has a name, and I'm really sad that I can't remember the doll's name right now. I know it has a name, but yeah, I know everyone was talking about from the IndyCar race last year when that figurine doll thing fell from the bridge and ended up on the track. But yeah, a very interesting schedule here, and I think Barber's gonna be a very tight racetrack for 5 classes of racing. I think that's going to be a very wild and chaotic finish to this season. Well, wave rounds have commenced, by the way, JP. So some cars, you'll see in the background there going around the pace car, trying to catch the back. But there's huge ass going on around and a couple more. So the Season 7 of FTR trophi.ai series, we're happy to hear with us here on Green Flag TV. We're happy to have them along for the ride, and we're hoping to continue that partnership well into the future. Derek Watson, Justin Prince here with you, with Christian Hill pushing the buttons, making us look and sound good down in the production truck. And well, JP, I will say, I guess here while we're here as well, the racing today on Green Flag TV is not over when this race commences. Right now, in fact, it's not on the schedule, it's already happening, but the VOR, the IndyCar series, currently racing right now side by side with us. That has Nolan Rimple and others on the call. Tonight, this SRA is at Homestead with their Gen 4 cars, and then tomorrow a triple header, the Classic IndyCar Series at Mid-Ohio. The Blazing Pedals Arca League, yourself and Emmett Crow will be there at Phoenix for that. The For the Boys League, that's the Carb Tomorrow League at Kentucky. And then the High Tide Racing League has their playoff system at Atlanta. we're going to kick off a brand new league Tuesday night, the Mid-Atlantic Racing Series. That is wrong. They're going to be at Daytona. I think I messed that up. We'll fix it later. And then also side-by-side OMSRL at Homestead. So lots of great racing action all week long. Over 40 broadcasts on the channel, so you can catch them live or catch the replays on the Green Flag TV YouTube channel. So JP, lots of exciting racing upcoming here, but we got to get this one done first. Whenever that lights in the pace car turn off, it'll be a mad dash to the checkered flag.
Going to be an interesting run to the end here for a lot of these teams once things get in position. Sim Party Racing Delta is going to have a challenging time, I think, ahead of them. Just be able to maintain with how that car's damaged. It's been maintaining very well, we'll say, on pace compared to most of the field. The one before its incident had been the one driver that I think had a prime opportunity to be able to pounce. But now it's just a matter of just figuring out where they're going to really shuffle in the course of this race. They have a big buffer potentially coming up here at the 44 camp. It's just a matter of can they maintain it when we get going pretty soon here. And we'll have to see what happens once these drivers get really sorted as they still pace around.
Yeah, how the pace is going to handle. You talked about a little bit ago, how the drivers keep calm during this, right? Do you have talks with your friends in Discord or TeamSpeak, whatever voice chat you're using? Do you just kind of, put your AirPods in or your headphones in and kind of turn on some kind of soft music to kind of keep yourself chill? Do you listen to loud music? Do you kind of pull out like the heavy metal or the rock music and keep your heart rate up? Everyone has a different way of doing it. Some drivers love to sit in silence. They don't want to talk when they're racing. So we'll wait and see how that goes. This time by, more wave rounds are still happening, I'm being told in my ears, so we're going to wait this process out a little longer, JP. And this is the positive and negative of safety cars. The lights on the safety car are out this time by, so I think that we're going to go green finally. But this is that positive and negative of safety cars, is hey, it's cool we have it, it adds more realism to the simulator, but boy, it takes forever.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an antsy time when you have this situation, absolutely. But it's understandable when you do get safety car periods. Now it's going to be the question mark on how well we see the racing fare out right now. Sim Party Racing Delta, 7 seconds up on the actual Delta. You can see them just warming up their tires critically enough, Derek. These temperatures have cooled down significantly with the amount of pacing that we've done here. So you got to get them inside that window so you don't struggle off the start. Some drivers go sliding off the circuit. If you don't do that and you see the amount of work they're putting to scrub in that heat to make sure these cars can get a good fire off in them here in the next minute.
Yeah, that'll be important, right? And then, so let's recap this one more time. Speaking of tires, the Sim Racing Party Delta did not pit. But as I look down my leaderboard, JP, everyone else did, at least for a while. You're going to get back to, I think, P10 on back before you maybe find some drivers who didn't pit here. So warming your tires is important, but I'm curious about new tires versus old tires. And here we go, green flag, hope for the final time, 27 minutes to go at Mangy Cours.
Already some traffic management going on already with the TCRs that were mixed up at the front of the field. Absolute hornet's nest is right now. Project Sync Racing team trying to move. Yellow flag is out.
Caution, caution, caution. This is going to be interesting. This is really quick here. There's a couple slow cars in the back.
I think Treehouse Racing just got ran over here in the stack up here, Derek, because there were multiple cars stopped in the final corners.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in my head right now on this race if we can work through slowly. And the first one will be what caused this incident. Let's walk us through the replay, JP.
See them just checking up. Green flag already waving. Massive check up in front. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then right here, Treehouse Racing spins at the back. And they end up getting spun around. Then there was the chaos apparently on the front straightaway too to add on to it. That immediately triggered a quick caution flag coming up here, Derek. This is again sparking right here, where someone gassed it up and then started to collect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, basically making contact just about.
Sorry, I'm doing some research. I want to point out, admin's already made it known to the field. This is a quick caution. Pit lane is closed. They are trying to get this race back under green as fast as possible. Also of note, this yellow is an admin yellow. They felt there were too many cars stopped and in danger. There's one car spun around. We know there was more than that. But the admins felt there was too many cars in danger. They put the yellow flag out there, seeing there were multiple cars stopped. So they're quick yellow. They're hoping to go back green here as fast as possible and finish this race. Well, I'll tell you this, JP, what my first thought instantly for sim races, for sim party racing Delta, this is bad news. This is horrible news because you were hoping to gain a lead to cover that gap of the 20-second penalty, and there's no longer a way that I think you do that with this other yellow happening.
Yeah, it's thrown out the window here, and at this point it's going to be throwing up in the air who's going to actually win this race in the class. Absolutely here. Some of these drivers took some massive drift arounds too, by the way, with the traffic. Some of the off tracks that picked up here. Have Empire Racing Benella that took some hardy cuts to the inside. For example, you see right up to the caution trigger, everybody then having a slam on the brakes to make sure they don't stack up. Empire Racing didn't get the memo for a split second, had to go 3 wide under caution.
Wow. Well, we watched multiple replays of what happened here. Different cars spinning around, different cars avoiding things, different cars making contact with the curbs. Just kind of putting us under this latest caution. Well, not the finish I saw coming. I thought for sure we were probably going to get it to go to the green after we just went and after we just put the green flag out here and quickly back under yellow. So just that unpredictability, right? That we talked about earlier of having to stay calm as a driver and be ready, expect the unexpected, if you will. That's what's happening here in this endurance race.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. And you see some of these last looks and replays here. Some of the drivers just trying to keep as calm as possible with some of the off tracks going on here. But this field has now gone themselves into a frenzy. Now it's absolutely going to be that 20-minute dash yet again to push on forward. Already, Alex Comfort in the huge ass blue machine is having to sit in the pit lane for more than a minute from some of the damage picked up. The 38 has already seen their driver jump and sit there with significant damage without a front nose. So we'll see what happens here when we get back going on the quickie.
Yeah, the question is how long does this last? I mean, compared to some of our normal yellows, a quickie yellow could still be 10, 12 minutes if we're not careful. Remember, these are 3.5-minute laps. There's only so much of this you can really make quote-unquote quick per se. So we'll wait and see. Lights in the pace car are on, so we know we're going at least one more time around. So less than 20 minutes on the clock is what's going to be when we do get to racing here. And now, if you're someone back in the field, you've got to be nervous, because after you see how fast the yellow came out that time, JP, it really kind of brings me back to my oval roots a little bit. When you get down to this point in the race where you can't wait anymore. Now you know that a yellow can trigger that fast. You cannot, you can't wait. You have to go. So that's kind of the feeling that these drivers have. Race control has said the race will resume at the end of the next lap. So likely, JP, about 20, maybe 19 minutes on the clock when the green flag falls.
Yeah, and again, not going to be a lot of time to go. Project Synced does have a 3-second buffer in the line now for sure for what's going to be for likely the win. It's going to be the matter of will that stay upright as we go on here, as some of these drivers are already pushing to save tires. Lights are on top of the iRacing safety car. And now it's going to be back to work, make sure the tires are back in the window.
Yeah, now you got to make sure you get them warmed up again, you get them ready, you get yourself ready, you get yourself back in the game. Now we've went 2 cautions back to back. So if you thought headspace was difficult before, if you thought focus was hard before, then it's going to happen yet again. But the headspace I wonder the most about is our leader, Sim Party Racing Delta. They're up here leading for now, but I mean, effectively they're not, JP. They have a 20-second penalty to serve unless that's been removed, which I don't think it has. So I mean, they're racing for pride as of this point, I guess.
I mean, you're racing for the best finish possible for your team.
Right.
Absolutely. So you're just looking to see where things go. At the moment, the worst Sim Party Racing Delta can go is maybe 7th overall in the car type, amongst the top 5 or so in the class. So there is still a chance for a decent points day, but it's going to be the question mark on where they actually end up going once we get sorted out here and when we get fired up and ready to go here in the next half lap.
Yeah, and you're right, and that's a positive note to put on it. Is it, listen, if you finish P5, if you're Sim Racing Party Delta, that's still a good day, right? With how big the GT3 class is, if you can come out here with a P5 after your penalty, that's going to be a good run. So I do want to say that and put a positive cap on that story right there, but we'll see how all this turns out. The field now coming through turns at 7 and 8. They'll happen to turn number 9 of the 17-turn facility JP, a track that I guess it's becoming more and more common now. We see corners at this track named after other tracks. Of course, the Imola corners up here, you know, the Imola portion of the track you see in different ones. So it's become more and more common to see tracks naming corners after each other.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of is where you think it's inspiration, really, when you think about the approach to the corner names and maybe the corner architecture and how the designs go. We see that a lot, for example, some of the tracks in the States where they take inspiration from, say, Istanbul, or they take inspiration from several of the other tracks down that direction from Europe and be able to develop. Remember, this track used to be a very small circuit for many years, up until the 1980s before things got reconfigured essentially, and then remember, it hosted F1 for a long time from 1991 to 2008 as well here. So there's been a good rotation of races in the first place in terms of the safety levels, in terms of the circuit outline as well, especially since, again, many of these turns are modeled from the famous turns from other tracks.
Yeah, and maybe the most famous example of that, real quick, we could go green, would be the Indianapolis corner at Le Mans. I think it's one of the best examples of, you know, being inspired by a corner. So great example there. Here we go now. The pace car is going to pull off the track, I think this time by, I thought that's what we were going. Oh yeah, we are. We're going to go green right there. There's your leader. And we are green flag racing at Mangy Cours.
Backing away with only 18 minutes to go, and right now the car to watch is going to be the 50. That's your leader right now, on track at GT3. So let's keep an eye on that. Oh wow, the 44 tries to see where things stack up overall for them with the time pony to consider for some reason using the wiper blade even though there's no rain.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That's kind of weird, but here we are now. Under attack is our leader in the 44, and there's cars right behind. It's a Project Sync Racing right behind them, trying to see if they can get up here and make a pass happen, make a moment happen. Oh no, off the track. That was the car we just saw hit the curb. It is now up in the dirt, in the wall, and that car is wrecked. That is SRN Motorsports back at P10, and he's done.
Immediate tow. That was hard contact to immediately lose the hood. Also a spin for one of the Sim Party Racing machines, the 337. All while the Delta car just tries to see where things stack up. The net leader, remember, Project Sync, to keep repeating that. It's important to mention, you also have Huge As Black in their respective class, and amongst a battle train, trying to pick up spots at the moment, trying to find a way to move forward in the GT4 AM class.
Yeah, all these classes really close together with this late safety car, so maybe not as close as it could be, but it seems how we just do the one big line for restarts, but it is much closer than it's been all day long. The wrong stuff has about a 10-second lead. The TCR battle, though, that's up to 1 lap of a lead, so the WSR Esports looks to have that wrapped up. But up in the GT3 battle, this is getting closer and closer as time goes on. But right now, we'll look at GT4 AM. As you watch this replay, this is what we saw kind of half in the camera shot live, JP. Watch this SRN car just behind our leader. Catches a curb, I think. And it gets a little understeer, a little loose, and in the wall.
The curbing just, they hit it too hard.
Yep.
Destabilized them, caused a weight shift, and sent them hard into the wall there. Decimates the race car, and now it's unfortunate. Once again, though, one of the huge ass cars that's already lost a bumper, they just snap around in the midst of the left-hander and destroy their car even more.
Yeah, now the front end's missing like the back end, I think, unfortunately, for that car. And now look at that camera shot. That's not the only huge ass car missing a front end. It's a huge ass white with Austin Tucker. There it is. Here's huge ass black with Christopher Flamian. And the car, he's got both fronts and back bumpers there, JP, and P5 in the TCRs. So I guess a solid run in that case for him. But up front, there is Alexis King with the flaming Ford skin racing car. It's like pink with yellow flames.
Meanwhile, the flaming Ford skin racing machine still with all that damage right now. I'm surprised they're running as well as they are with the damage, but sometimes it's just about survival, and right now they're surviving. Any more hits to that race car, though, for Alex King will absolutely cause their car to go up in flames, probably. So gotta make sure they don't over push the car and risk themselves in some of these battles here in the closing stretch.
Yeah, that will be important not to push too hard here, because if you make a mistake down to 14 minutes to go, there's no recovery time, right? You just gotta be careful in what you do. But they're having a good battle here in P8. This is in the GT3 Pro category, by the way. And we should mention that I'm surprised, you were right, I'm not surprised by that, but I'm surprised up front, by the way, that the Project Synced Racing, who did pit for tires, I thought, they've not really made up much ground on our leader yet. I thought for sure those new tires would have paid dividends and they would have gotten on around. Now, net-wise, as you said, they are likely our leaders because of that 20-second penalty, but I was kind of convinced they were just going to pass them on the track, but as of yet, that's not happened.
Yeah, right now, that's why I said I don't know if the tires are necessarily going to have a major difference. It's more so to me what the fuel tank lasts for Callan Shepard. Current is closing in at the moment pretty well in the first place. So it's right now, I think, for them, nice race to end things out. Haven't really talked about them too much lately. Project Synced, ready to see if they can stay in sync. That's a critical thing. They're losing a lot of time, though, in the mid-speed sections, I'm noticing.
Yeah, they're hoping to see if they can stay in sync and say bye to the rest of the field here and make that happen with about 13 minutes to go. And they're a pretty solid run here. Again, they're having a solid run. They're being calm, and I think maybe that's the goal here for them, JP. They know they've got the net race win. Maybe they've decided to kind of back down a little bit and say, hey, listen, we don't need to push. You know, we're, what, 1.2 seconds off the lead. So we're 18.8 seconds to the good here. Let's not push and do something silly and throw away this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, still 8 estimated laps to work with this time by the way. Just see the Audi in the lower speed sections seems to have the balance more down right now, especially with the damage difference. The thing is, there's so many marbles and sand patches being placed down by some of those that kicked off the racetrack here. It's going to make it so difficult to maintain the grip a little bit in some of the areas where you need that grip if you want to be able to carry the speed and be able to carry full throttle.
Kind of get some different angles here, and you're right. If you want to be, full throttle and be confident, you have to be very careful of the track conditions. But this 50 car seems confident what they're doing. That gap is staying steady at 1.2. It's not gaining. It's not, slowing, winning down at all. So I guess good news for them about that. So this car here doing a great job. Is Project Sync Racing Team, the GT3 Pro category. Again, battles up and down the field all day long. We've seen so many different battles, and some of it ended fun ways, some of it ended in heartbreak. Now we'll come back into GT3 Pro. This is Michael Dowden with the Alameda Racing Academy. They've had a couple of tight moments today. They're now trying to kind of forge their way through the field here, and they are about, let's say, 16 seconds off the lead currently from the wrong stuff.
Yeah, not bad race for them overall, especially for the Academy drivers just looking to have fun and be able to develop as drivers here. They still have a chance with Sim Race Sweden in front of them to be able to leapfrog one more spot, get that second step of the podium. Just got to find a way to chip away at the gap right now. The Mercedes AMG, if they want to get to the BMW, because that BMW has been so good in the areas where you need to make those sharp turns, hit the curbing to be able to rotate, and been able to stay planted compared to what we've seen from the Mercedes cars today.
Yeah, I agree with all that. All that's definitely been true here. They really stayed planted and had a good run here. And I'm guessing they wishing that run was a little bit better. But again, celebrate the small things. A P3 run in this competitive field will be a very solid day.
I mean, a podium's still a very solid points day, absolutely. But you just want that chance to move up one more spot. You know that chance is there. You know that opportunity to be one step higher, gain those extra points that could matter later on. Going to be there. You can see the slides.
Saw the slide. You saw the car get up on two wheels up in the windshield there. That was impressive. That's not the first time we've seen Sim Race Sweden do that today, by the way. They seem super comfortable really abusing those curbs today, JP. And abuse might even be a nice word. I mean, multiple times you've seen those Sim Race Sweden cars really up on two tires come around this track.
Yeah, and that balance difference has been such a critical thing in general. Like I said, they're able to just attack those curves and be able to get back on the ground, stabilize down on the suspension. That much better here today. Right now, Michael Dowden started to reach some of the TCR traffic, though. This is going to hold them up a little bit if they can't find a way to get around quickly.
Yeah, this will likely be possibly a moment that puts them in P3 for the rest of the race. You'd have to think here. They're going to try and make the pass here in the corner. They'll get it done, and now they'll try to run down Sim Race Sweden yet one more time. Not missing anything up front, by the way. You see on the left side of your screen, that gap actually has grown between Sim Party Racing Delta and Project Sync Racing, so you're not missing anything in that battle. This will be a battle for P5 right here in the GT4, and it is huge ass black with Christopher Flamian behind the wheel. He's got a bit of a battle going on right here and trying to find his way through some traffic. And again, JP, I want to say we've not really called them out probably enough, but look down at the bottom of your screen. WSR Esports has lapped the field in the TCR class. Sometimes they don't get enough recognition or airtime or praise because it's not the most exciting battle. But I mean, yeah, there were only 7 or 8 cars in that field today, but when you can lap the field in your own class, you've had a great day.
And again, signifies just the speed of that driver lineup in general. And one of the high-class organizations in TCR racing put up a dominating performance. We'll say MRC and Quad Dash, if I'm them, I want to make a pass on this next car in line, because do you want to be beat by someone without a front nose on the race car here, Derek? No.
No, you're right. That's a morale killer if that happens to you.
Oh, hold on one second. The 50 just turned a car. The 50 machine, who is the net leader in GT3 Pro, just turned Prismatic Motorsport Solus. So we might have to take a look at what's something going on. We're still keeping it on the 49, but your leaders just turned this TCR, and will that be a penalty for them?
And if it does, you'd have that puts World of Racing back to lead in a weird way. Let's watch what's going to happen here. Watch the moment. Oof.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know what to say on that one. I don't know if it was a turn down or a send up the inside pretty deep.
Watch it again. I don't know. Watch the turn here. This is Prismatic up ahead. I'll be honest, I do want to think Prismatic comes down, but I also kind of feel like they really sent that in there kind of deep. I don't get it. I mean, you're so far ahead. Why? Is the question in my head here. And boy, speaking of whys, I mean, why are we kicking up so much dirt in about 10 minutes? That's at least the 4th camera shot in the last 5 minutes where people have been kicking up dirt on the side of the track. But we'll wait and see what race control has to say about that moment and if it does affect the results. So you'd have to think that would put World of Racing, Samantha Tan back up front, which would be, I believe, a 2-race streak of wins for them if that does happen.
They're within 1 second too, by the way, on the racetrack. All this, wow. Project 6 Racing team. I'm guessing that's supposed to be the Excel spreadsheet as their team differential.
Yep.
They're just letting everybody go at a slow rate right now, and that's because, well, they did this.
Oh. It's one of the other sim party cars right there. They made contact with and end up in the wall. So you're right. They're just kind of slow, either from the damage or just, and maybe a little bit of embarrassment or both. They're just kind of letting people by. And that's unfortunate.
They have made the way to pit road, but see some of the elbows still out. That's a bit of a squeeze for the Prismatic car. And this is getting a little bit touch and go right now, with some of these huge ass cars wanting to go here with this staggering.
There's Prismatic looked inside for a second, but Sim Party Racing Bravo gunning around. By the way, they have been assigned in the last couple minutes, by the way, JP, a 20-second penalty for unnecessary contact. So wherever they're lined up currently in P12, there's going to be a penalty for them as well. No word yet on the incident that you called out. That may not happen until post-race, to be honest with you, but this is how close we are to the end of this race here. About 4 minutes to go, maybe about 2, maybe 3 laps to go, depending on where the leader is. I don't know if we'll get a decision on that call before this race is over.
But a contact at a 60 slamming off fiercely forward Gray. They don't have time to just be patient right now. This is their best opportunity to go. Can confirm that there is a review going on with the 453 and the 437. So it looks like some of the Project Sync cars are indeed getting a review placed underneath them right now for instance lap 100 for them. So we'll have to see how this now goes for the race leaders here. Been a checkup.
So this is the battle right now as it stands for your race lead. This is Project Sync Racing Team, and this is World of Racing. This is the car you think would be your net race leaders pending no more race control decisions here with about 3 minutes on the clock. Team up front. Hold on.
That was a little bit too aggressive. They nearly knocked TSRC Esports off the road. That actually worked out for them because of the checkup the 60 had to make there with it being such a near contact situation.
Yep, you're right, it did work out for them. I was going to say, your technical leader of this race is up by 5 seconds. That's Sim Party Racing Delta. That's where the white flag and checkered flag will technically go to, and the penalty will be assigned post-race. So that's the car that's going to take the checkered flag, but as far as who's going to win, it's not going to be them, I don't think. 2.5 minutes on the clock here, a couple of laps to go. Happy here with us for the finale, and boy, World of Racing JP, they are just trying to get through this traffic as fast as possible to finish this race. They want to catch Project Sync.
Yeah, right now there is the potential of an appeal you'd have to think about for the 44 camp. But World of Racing and Samantha Tan Racing don't want to leave anything to chance right now. They want to go. They want to have the chance for the win. Eagle Speed Academy, Esports, S, battling amongst the GT3M cars, looking for another step on the podium. So they have a chance for second here, 2 to go.
2 to go at the line. This is Eagle Speed Academy. This is back in the GT4 Pro category. And they're having a good battle here. Look at this, second and third that close together. So this is the fight. There's a huge ass car on through. Meanwhile, up front, second and third has gotten this close. World of Racing has made the pass, JP. They have gotten around Project Sim. So penalty or no penalty, it now looks like World of Speed, or World of Racing may win this race.
Yeah, I'm curious what's going to happen here. There was a massive bobble. Can't confirm for that 50 machine with the pressure put on by the 60. Yeah, show units trying to just hold on for one more minute for what may be for, at the minimum, podium spot, maybe for the win, and this is going to be nerve-wracking. Get into the traffic without getting held up for a chance back.
Yeah, I see the flashing headlights coming along here. This will be a replay real quick of that pass that you're going to see, or that we didn't see. That's going to come right here. World of Racing is going to kind of back it up, get a big momentum run. Let's see where the pass happens right here to the inside, because you're right, there was a big bobble from Project Synced and World of Racing got on by.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this. Oh wow, white flag should be out here. 19 seconds on the clock. White flag is up from Barney. 1 to go.
1 to go. So the question right here, this is their net battle right now. World of Racing has pulled a bit of a gap here since they've gotten that pass around now by 1 second in length. Only 7 seconds up to the good for your race leader, Sim Party Racing Delta. They're trying to simply hold on to a spot. But JP, if you take that 20-second rule, they'll be finished P5, I believe, right now, from where they're going to be penalized.
Still a decent points day, but it's a matter of what could have absolutely been if it wasn't for the chaos that broke out for that battle for the lead with less than 2 hours to go. They did a terrific job maintaining speed with the damage, and if it wasn't for some of the mistakes for the one and some of their own time penalties, we might have still had another battle for the race win between them.
Frankly, honestly, had it not been for that second quick caution with the pit gap they put on the field here, over 7 seconds, the question is what could have been? Could they have cleared that 20-second gap? I don't know, but they certainly would have put a little bit of effort into it. Callan Shepard's going to come around here through the corners for the final set of times, and he's going to try to lead this car to the best finish possible. Now up over almost 8 seconds, pardon me, it's 7.4 seconds here is the gap he has. The final couple corners, turns 16 to 17, will go to Sim Party Racing Delta. They will take the checkered flag. We'll see where they finish when everything is all said and done. So there's your battle for your GT3 Pros, GT3 AM's Chris Van Goot in the Eagle Speed Academy Esports KJP. He's going to come home winning that battle.
And doing so in dominating fashion. 1 lap up, Eagle Speed takes the slow roll for the victory. Gets a chance to celebrate. The wrong stuff has already taken the flag and are in the midst of their celebration, believe here as well. They have the right stuff down. GT4 Pro, WBM White, able to get the edge in the M class.
Yeah, Julian did a great job putting that car alone today. Ran all 4 hours by himself. And then down to Ross McFarland. You talked about him earlier and some of the experience he has, but he's going to take WSR Esports up by a lap on the field. He'll come around. That will be your 5th class leader. That will be all 5 classes here in the FTR trophi.ai series. Once he does come around, you see there's a big herd of traffic up ahead. Just cars on the cooldown lap kind of hanging out as we wrap up this event.
Yeah, and it's becoming a traffic jam on the cooldown lap, actually, with some of the drivers.
I don't think everyone's done.
Over. Yeah, some people, I think, are done. Some people are done. This is absolute chaos.
Yeah, if there was still a battle going on, this would be crazy, because I think some people missed the memo on who's done and who's not here, if I can understand the situation correctly. So, luckily for WSR Esports, they're all lap to the good. They don't need to worry about it. But, yeah, that could be bad news. You need to maybe find a way to communicate that better to the drivers and get that all worked out. Well, I think let's do this. We've completed the race. Before we get into our results and our driver interviews, let's step aside one more time. We'll go side-by-side racing, And we'll come back and do results, interviews, and more after this on Green Flag TV.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
All right, welcome here back on Green Flag TV for the conclusion and post-race coverage of the FTR trophi.ai series here from Mangy. Let's start the night by looking at our unofficial race results. Everyone lined up here. So currently at the moment, this is how it stands here before any post-race penalties are applied. JP, Sim Party Racing Delta will lead this race, with then World of Racing in second, with Project Sync Racing Team back in P3, Hujats Gold and RPM Black rounding out your top 5, and then Hujats Blue, MRC Quad Dash, Flaming Ford Skin, Stage 1 Racing, and Pegasus Sim Racing rounding out the top 10 in GT3 Pro. 11th is going to be Pegasus Sim Racing, Sim Party Racing Bravo, a lap down, 6 laps down for Empire Racing Vanilla, and then 12 or more laps down SRN Motorsports, Sim Racing Grid Phantom, RPM Racing Red, and Prismatic Motorsports Athena for your GT3 Pros. JP, walk us through GT3 M's.
Eagle Speed Academy Esports K lead things off at GT3M, followed by Empire Racing Cookie Dough. 1 lap down over Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Then it's Huge Ass Yellow in 4th, Sim Party Racing Omega. Then it's 3 laps down, Stage 1 Racing, 8 laps down in 6th. And Pegasus Motorsport Bravo was at ENF tonight, 91 laps down, Derek.
Moving back into our next class, the GT4 Pros, and we'll find that Michael Brooks and the Wrong Stuff had a great run, with Sim Race Sweden Esports in second, TSRC in third, Alameda Racing Academy in fourth. Those are the cars on lead lap. 1 or more laps down, Enosis Esports, Torque Freak Racing, Huge Ass White, Sim Race Sweden Esports Red, Project Synced Racing Team.XLSX, and Treehouse Racing back in P10. Moving back into P11, the last car is Sahara GT Motorsports, 104 laps down.
You also throw on the mix for the GT3M side, WBM White winning by 12 seconds unofficially. Sim Racing Grid Academy, Diem finished off in second. Eagle Speed Academy Esports S in third. Huge House Black in fourth. Most mediocre motorsport finished 41 seconds back in the top five. Sim Party Racing, Tango and Echo, and their main car finished down 6th through 8th. With Sunday drivers rounding out your 9-car field, what did TCR look like, Derek?
And TCR series is Ross McFarlane with WSR Esports, the only car on the lead lap. And then it is Project Synced Racing Team.bat, Fun Wheel Drive, Project Synced SQL, Prismatic Motorsports, Fiercely Forward Gray, and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in that TCR field. That's a look top to bottom at everyone who finished this race in the FTR Trophy AI series here at Mangy Cours. Well, let's start our interviews, JP, and let's see who we can find available to talk with. I am waiting to see if our overall race leader was going to appear. I don't think so. So, JP, who do you have first?
Well, we have the AMLINT winners. Why not go with that? GT3 AM standing by. Chris Van Gookt. Pardon me if I mispronounced that last name, Chris, but you had speed here today. How are you feeling in the car?
Pretty good, actually. Hey, guys, good evening. Pretty good. Car handled like it's supposed to do. So, yeah, can't say anything about it. Had a clean race. Tried my best in avoidance of traffic, but yeah, it was a good race.
What was kind of that team discussion as the day went on with how things were going for Eagle Speed Academy and what you've been able to try and accomplish here today at a track that didn't have a lot of space for traffic management?
Oh, true, but we drove another league on this track before, and I know from that it makes a good racing scene on this track. It's close racing, but it's fun racing, and the classes are also pretty close in speed wise. So yeah, it's pretty fun racing.
So, of course, still plenty of races to go. How are you looking forward to the next parts of the season, especially knowing you got a great points haul for yourself today?
I think the next one, Sebring.
That is actually the second to last race, Brands Hatch.
Oh, Brands Hatch, yeah. Have to do some practice on Brands Hatch because didn't drove it in a long time, but it's a fun track, and I think we will have some good multi-class racing there too.
Any shout you'd like to give here today?
Shout out to my teammates, to you guys, and to the whole FTR crew for making this work.
Congratulations on the run here today.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Chris Van Gookt coming away with a good run for him and his team here, Derek.
Yeah, I had a great run. I think while we're talking about great runs, let's go and bring in another driver and do our interviews with our winners. Ken Copeland, part of the wrong stuff. It's a name we've kind of poked at all day. So you've had the right stuff instead. But Ken, an incredible run. You won it by a decent amount there at the end of the race. So how did that feel out there today? Just kind of being able to go out there and really put on a dominant show.
Yeah, that felt pretty amazing. Mike and I did a bunch of prep earlier this week for this one. We're both new to this track for the most part. It's a lot of fun, but it's pretty technical. And honestly, everybody in the field had great pace. If you look at the stats on that one, everybody was pretty equal. We just got super lucky with that first caution, kind of stacked the deck in our favor, and we just took advantage. So worked out pretty well.
So I want to ask you a little bit about the start of the race. Obviously, a bit of maybe a confusing start. You had the red flag and the yellow flag to start. Then you had that pretty early caution with like the first 30 minutes or so. What does that do to you guys as drivers to have that kind of start-stop mentality, and how do you overcome it to keep focused?
Honestly, you just kind of get in the car. If you've prepped, you focus on doing what you prepped to do. It doesn't really matter. So like for us, Mike was initially scheduled to start the race. He ran our quali for us. But then a bunch of different teams had that sim issue where everything crashed, and so he was not back in the sim by the green flag. I was able to hop in. I was ready for it. Even though he was prepped to start, I knew what the car was going to be like on cold tires. So again, you just kind of go out, you execute, do the things you've prepped to do, and see how the dominoes fall. And for us, I'm not really sure what was going on with the guys behind us. Might have been set up. I know everybody's kind of working on their own this week. Mike did a really great job building ours, so kudos to him on that front. But we just had pretty solid pace and a stable car early, even though these cars are almost never stable now. So, like I said, go out, do the things you prep to do, execute, and then just try to make that execution last 4 hours. That's the goal.
So you mentioned kind of being newer to this track. So next we go to Branch Hatch. What's your experience level there?
We've both got pretty good experience there. Brands is a little bit less of a new learning curve for us. I'm sure it's going to be super interesting with these car classes there. So that will be a new experience, and that's the way we'll go into it. Same way. Get out there, get some experience, figure out where this car doesn't have pace, excuse me. And honestly, right now, with the way the new tire update came through, every track's a new track, and we're going to treat it that way and see if we can come out on top again.
Fair enough. Well, it's a pleasure watching you race today. Anyone you want to say hello to or give a shout out to?
Yeah, absolutely. So the wrong stuff, the whole team, super supportive, great bunch of guys hanging out and having fun in these virtual race cars, if you will. Obviously, all the admins behind FTR, they do a wonderful job of trying to think through everything that could happen. They run a great show. And obviously, all of our sponsors, VR, Ubi Safe, Dangerous, Abruzzi, SimMotion, Ackerman, Toyota, there's a bunch of them. And then lastly, you guys, thank you so much, Greenflag TV, for the sponsorship and the broadcast. It is appreciated.
Appreciate you as well. Listen, it's a pleasure watching you race, Ken. Congrats on the run, and we will see you next month at Brands Hatch.
Yep. Y'all have a wonderful evening.
All right, JP, that is our Wrong Stuff interview. Who do you got next?
Next up in the order, why don't we go towards Michael Polsek, who put up a dominating performance, WSR Esports. Once again, it's been a short while since we spoke. It feels like we speak very much so every month, especially with the TCR side, or with the GR side, I should say. But how was the car here today with you guys putting a lap down on the rest of the field?
Well, the car is great. It was very well set up, drove very well for the entire race, and the tires stayed on the car very well. So you could pretty much just do whatever you wanted with that car, and I was able to set some pretty decent laps, and Ross did exceptionally well, and we were able to just put together a great performance overall.
When it comes to a track like Mangy Cours, what's kind of that mindset to be able to perform well in general here, to be able to stay consistent, lap in, lap out, especially with how difficult this track can be?
It's just trying to find your own reference points and just stick to them every single lap. It's very, very difficult to stay consistent here just because the track is so flat with occasional elevation changes that cause a lot of blind corners, especially the third chicane. And some of the curbs around here are very deadly, especially those in the final chicane. So you just need to figure out how to hit them correctly without getting a slowdown or without being pushed wide there.
On that note here, next up, Brands Hatch, your approach on going there next month.
Fortunately, it's a track I know very well. Both Mangy Cours and the Bend, I don't know those tracks very well, but Brands I've driven a lot of laps around, and I really like that track. So it's just going to be a matter of getting used to the track again, getting a decent car setup, and we should be very competitive there.
Any shout you'd like to give here today?
Definitely. First of all, thank you to Ross, ridiculously good TCR driver and great teammate. Thank you to all of WSR Esports for their help and support in setting up the car. And thank you to our partners, Next Level Racing, Race Gear, Additus Racing, and Abruzzi.
Congratulations on the race here today, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Michael Polsek, taking the time to speak with us here. We also have Julian Carces, I should say. He is with WBM White. He's with Derek.
Well, Julian, you made it known in the YouTube chat before the race began. You were doing this 4-hour event solo. So now I'm going to ask you, after the 4 hours is over, was that a wise choice? Are you tired? Are you exhausted? How do you feeling?
Actually, with the safety car brakes, it was doable. In some situations, it would have been nicer to have somebody on the side to watch what the other teams are doing strategy-wise. but I think I executed well. Only a small spin on the first restart that made the race a little bit harder for myself, but I had fun.
So a great win in that GT4 AM class for WBM White. How difficult was this week? Obviously, with the iRacing build, a lot of talk about the new setups, the new tire model, this and that. How difficult was it to be ready for the race today?
We always knew it was going to be tough with Parker not being able to drive and me only coming home last night late. So we already decided, let's play it smart, don't do anything unnecessary, don't take any risk and just stay calm and wait for everybody else to make the mistakes.
Fair enough. Well, now 1 month's time from now, we do head over to Brands Hatch, and I guess two questions. A, will your teammate be back? And then B, how happy are you that Brands Hatch is the next track?
I think Branch Hatch is a pretty fun track. At least it's better for multi-class racing than where we are now. And I'm happy he's gonna be back by then, because it's gonna be chaos again, I guess.
Fair enough. Well, listen, it was a pleasure watching your race. Anyone you want to say hello to or give a shout out to?
Yes, of course, Parker, that is not here right now. Congrats with your mom. And I'll hope you'll be back for the next race.
All right. Well, listen, Julian, it was a pleasure watching your race. Thank you for what you do, and we'll see you soon.
Till the next one.
Till the next one. That's going to wrap up our podium interviews for this evening with JP. A 4-hour race full of cautions, twists, turns, contact, and a little bit more everything in between. What a race it was. Any final thoughts?
Well, it was a race filled with different moments for sure, to say the very least, in terms of the intensity level, in terms of how things broke out. But in the end, it was down to those who kept the cleanest to be able to take the checker flag today. We've seen that with the amount of safety cars we got.
Well, once again, let's say congrats to all of our class winners at winning here today in this race. We're back in 1 month's time for multi-class racing from Brands Hatch. If you missed this race or any race from the FTR Season 7, including the pre-race festivities that happened, the exhibition race, you can catch them all here live on the Green Flag TV YouTube channel. For Christian Hill, pushing the buttons, making us look and sound good down the booth, for Justin Prince and for Cade for stepping in earlier to help out with the commentary, I am Derek Watson saying so long from Mangy Cours.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.